Okay, welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the additional round of hearings for Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benasiak. I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Moriarty and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of agriculture, Regional New South Wales, Western New South Wales. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To all witnesses, I welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Ms Lorimer Ward, as you have not yet appeared before this committee for budget estimates, you will need to be sworn. Could you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. Kate Lorimer Ward, Chief Executive Officer, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. For all other witnesses, I remind you that you've already been sworn before this committee and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will now begin with questions from the crossbench. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, have you been briefed on the rise of deliberate and extreme animal cruelty cases that are occurring in New South Wales?
No, I wouldn't say I specifically have in relation to complaints that might have been made to police.
No, not so much complaints. What I'm hearing from the agencies is that they've got a 9-fold increase in extreme animal cruelty cases, and so a lot of these cases are currently before the court, so I can't sort of give too many details here, but we're talking about kittens and dogs being thrown across the room, repeatedly hit over the head, inflicted with blunt force trauma, resulting in injury or death. So they're describing these as kind of very deliberate cruelty cases, and there's been a 9-fold increase over the recent couple of years. What's happening within your portfolio to really tackle this epidemic of extreme cruelty that we're currently seeing?
Well, first of all, without having specific examples, the things that you've just outlined are horrific and they're illegal. And so there are laws in place in relation to animal cruelty. There are laws in place in relation to how these things can be dealt with. If there are examples that, as you've referred to, where animals have been abused or mistreated in any way, shape or form, frankly, but particularly if, as you say, things are happening at a more extreme level, people need to contact police. We are engaging with the animal welfare agencies that we have tasked with dealing with welfare work, the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. They plus police are the animal welfare agencies that are tasked with dealing with enforcement. And so I would certainly encourage, in fact, it's required, if people are aware of these kinds of activities, they should be reported and they should be dealt with. I would also say that we are, as you'd be aware, well underway with strengthening the prevention of cruelty to animals legislation in New South Wales. That was an election commitment that we made, and work is certainly well advanced for how we can strengthen those laws. We've been doing a lot of consultation on things that we're looking at for strengthening prevention of cruelty to animals legislation. And the consultation work on that is almost complete, if not complete. I haven't got the sort of summary of how the consultation's gone reported to me yet. But we're very serious about improving, strengthening, and making sure that we've got the best animal welfare laws that we can in New South Wales. But I don't have evidence that anything's gotten worse, but I take your word for it.
Will you meet with the authorities on this issue, given that they have reported to me that they've got a 9-fold increase, to better understand what they're reporting to me?
When you say authorities, do you mean those welfare agencies that are tasked?
Yes, it was the Animal Welfare League that told me they had a 9-fold increase.
Oh, yes. I mean, yes, very. I do meet with them.
Mm-hmm. Will you ask them on this specific issue?
Sorry?
Will you ask them about this specific issue that I've raised with you?
In relation to... is the suggestion increased numbers or increased severity?
Both. So they've got an increased number of cruelty cases, but most shockingly, they've got an increase in the amount of severe and deliberate cases of cruelty rather than neglect, for example.
So any of those examples are against the law?
We know it's against the law. I guess what I'm trying to say is if we see a sudden surge in them, we would like to see the government taking action, whether that's looking at ways to prevent the amount of cruelty cases that are coming forward. Perhaps sometimes these charities might need some more resources to deal with any sudden surge or increase in cruelty cases. And so my question really was, what are we doing? I know obviously it's already illegal, but these charities are struggling with the number of cases that are coming forward. And obviously, we're talking about actions. When we say it's illegal, we're talking about prosecutions after this situation has already occurred. And ideally, we'd be doing something to sort of prevent it from occurring in the first place. And so I wanted to see if any work was being done there.
Well, we are getting on with the... we're getting on with the work that we said we would, which is reviewing and strengthening the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act in New South Wales.
And do you think that the changes there will circumvent in some ways this increase that we're seeing in the changes to the Act?
Well, we've said we would strengthen the Act.
Mm-hmm. But do you think it will have sort of the active result of deterring acts of extreme cruelty and deliberate cruelty that we're seeing here?
I think strengthening the Act is a very important piece of the work that we need to do. But ultimately, people need to be doing the right thing by animals.
But how do we achieve that?
Well, people are breaking the law if they're doing the wrong thing.
Yes.
And they can be prosecuted, and should be.
And that's all that your department's prepared to do, is sort of deal with it after the situation. You're not looking at any way of sort of preventing these cruelty cases from occurring in the first place.
Well, we've done a lot of work in relation to animal welfare, including banning puppy farming, which did result in, or having puppy farming in place as it was causing cruelty to some puppies, for example, and dogs. We have strengthened the fit and proper framework in New South Wales, so there are stronger rules in place for people who are working with animals. So if there is...
I agree with you that obviously puppy farming is cruel, and I appreciate that you did put forward that legislation, and that would remove some cruelty in the whole field of what we're seeing. But I guess what I'm trying to sort of tackle and look at now is this really concerning numbers that I'm hearing, and I have heard it previously from the RSPCA as well, but this real increase in deliberate cruelty that people are inflicting on animals, and the fact that we're getting more and more cases of it. Will you commit to asking your department to undertake a review into drivers of intentional animal cruelty in New South Wales, including if there are any gaps or penalty or enforcement changes that can tackle this issue, if you can identify that indeed the statistics are showing what I'm being told?
So we are strengthening the legislation. We are, as part of that, strengthening penalties, increasing penalties that should be as strong as they possibly can be. We have funded these charitable organisations over $12 million just this financial year, and a little less than that in the last financial year. So obviously the police are an agency that are tasked with animal welfare. I guess
what I'm just trying to drill down on is whether or not you will commit to looking into a review around drivers of intentional animal cruelty. And really, I understand you're already under a review, but you've also told me this morning that you weren't aware that the charities were reporting this dramatic increase in deliberate animal cruelty. And so I just want to sort of get a commitment from you today, if possible, that you or the department will look at these reports of increase in deliberate cruelty, and ensure that that's either funneled into the changes that you are doing within POCTA, or that something else is done driving the work going forward so that we can address this issue.
So what I can say is we are very committed to improving animal welfare in New South Wales. That includes the work that we're doing to strengthen the Act. That includes increasing the penalties. That includes increasing the funding that we are providing to the charities that you're referring to in relation to the work that they are doing. And I'm very happy to continue to engage firstly with those charities who are at the forefront of dealing with these complaints and doing work to tackle them, but also continuing to work with them and other organisations about how we can better improve animal welfare in New South Wales. My priorities are dealing with and delivering on the election commitments that we made. So we are well advanced in completing that work. Obviously, it will be a matter for the Parliament. When I introduce the changes that we're proposing for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, once that consultation's completed and the government brings a bill to the Parliament, it will be a matter for the Parliament to consider that. But I don't see that as a full stop. I think this is an ongoing piece of work. The community certainly has higher expectations that we are doing a lot more, that governments should do a lot more to invest in and protect and strengthen animal welfare protections in New South Wales. We all care about animals. People are certainly much more exercised about it than they have been. And I can commit that we're certainly going to continue with that work. First priority, delivering these commitments to do the Act, along with the other things that we've already done. But very happy to meet with these organisations and others. And you're very involved and informed on this in this space. And certainly happy to look at what we can do to strengthen animal protections even further.
Thank you. Welcome, Minister. Modern agriculture runs almost entirely on diesel, tractors, irrigation pumps, harvesting equipment, freight. Has your government undertaken any assessment of how long agricultural production in New South Wales could continue if fuel supply continues to be disrupted?
It's a very important question at the moment. We haven't, but I'm certainly I'm aware of
are you prepared to commit some of your department's resources to doing some of this assessment of how long agriculture can last if fuel supply continues to be disrupted, if the work hasn't been done?
So this is something that the federal government are responsible for in terms of fuel supply and this policy area. We've certainly had a very difficult, to say the least, week in relation to the circumstances in the Middle East. I am aware that is leading to potential issues in Australia, potential issues in New South Wales. I will work with the federal government in relation to what they are doing for supplies across the board, but also particularly, I'm certainly aware of the particular threat that this causes to agriculture and to our primary industries in New South Wales, and I will continue, or I'll work with the federal government in relation to what they are doing about this concern.
Well, fuel companies are reportedly today already rationing supplies and not doing and essentially stopping fuel deliveries to petrol stations. Does the government have any contingency plans at all to ensure that farmers get access to fuel as a priority if this supply disruption continues?
This is something that I will raise with the federal government. It's not something that's been raised with me directly by industry in New South Wales yet. It's not something that farmers have raised directly with me yet, but I am aware of the concerns in relation to supply, and I will engage with the federal government in relation to the work that they are doing in relation to supply and managing supply for petrol and diesel, with a particular focus on this is obviously a concern for the whole community. Again, based on the activities of the last week, but where there are particular supply issues for agriculture and primary industries, I'll work with the federal government.
Sure. Would you agree that, particularly with agriculture, fuel security is essentially food security, and
Yes.
then food security is national security? Would you agree with that premise?
It's certainly very important that we are dealing with these issues and any ramifications that could occur as a result of what's going on in the Middle East. It's certainly particularly important in relation to primary industries for, as you say, food security, which is
National security.
If
we don't have
essential.
food, we don't survive as a nation.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's essential that we are managing it. It's also particularly precarious and acute in primary industries because timing matters for cropping, for getting milk, for dealing with things that need to be dealt with on farm on any given day, let alone when farmers are dealing with, as they often are, current issues with drought and drying conditions, wet and floods, which we are experiencing in some parts of our state that are impacting farmers. I'm aware of the sensitivities of needing to have these things available so that primary production can occur in the timely manner that it needs to. So this is getting fuel onto farms so that people can do what they need to do on farm. As people would be aware, you can't just pop down to the petrol station. You've got to have supply on your farm, particularly
given we agree
those
on
places that
given we agree on how important it is. Is there any policy or strategy or framework within your portfolio that treats food production as a matter of national security or state security?
Well, those things are matters for the federal government in terms of national security, but we will work in with...
But we are a state of this nation. Is there anything in our policy frameworks or our strategies or anything that the work that your department is doing that treats food production in New South Wales as a key part of making our nation secure?
Well, our government does treat food production and all of our primary industries as a priority, as a key industry.
But not necessarily as critical to national security. Noting that other countries have adopted that, many other countries have adopted that doctrine. The US, China, Japan, France, Israel, just to name a few, have all adopted this doctrine that food security is a key driver in their nation's security as a nation. So I'm asking whether the state has any policies, even if it supports what the federal government is doing. Does the state have any policies or frameworks or strategies that identifies food production and agriculture as a strategic asset in terms of supporting our nation's security?
Well, two things on that.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice. I don't expect you to know every single policy and framework within your portfolio.
The state's responsibility is treating our primary industries, in particular food production, as a priority for New South Wales. Every part of how we deal with, invest, support our farmers and primary producers is an investment in the security and prosperity of the sector. I understand where you're coming from in terms of the national security questions, but those are questions for the federal government. I will engage with the federal government on the issues and potential ramifications that are arising from the events in the Middle East. And as you've said, particularly in relation at the start, particularly in relation to fuel. But national security and those policy questions are, of course, a matter for the federal government.
In your engagement with the federal government, will you insist that farmers be given priority in terms of accessing fuel so they can produce our food if this global disruption continues? Supply of fuel is a concern to all of us. Supply of fuel is a concern and a requirement for many industries. But a lot of those industries become irrelevant if we can't eat and we can't feed ourselves.
Yes, I will. I do treat primary industries as my priority in relation to these issues. And certainly in relation to your question, that will be the proposition that I will be, well, that's where I'm coming from when I'm engaging with the federal government on this.
So you will tell them that agriculture needs to be prioritised?
It does need to be prioritised. But other industries, as do other industries and as do consumers in New South Wales and Australia, the state government will engage, I'm sure, on all of those concerns from various portfolio perspectives. But in terms of primary production, in terms of the particular needs for access to fuel that are different for farmers and more urgent for farmers in terms of it's not that easy to access even at the best of times. I will engage with the federal government on behalf of our primary industries and our farmers, certainly on that basis, and take this very seriously.
Thank you, Minister. Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister, and to your officials as well. Just continuing on the fuel issue, just wanted to clarify, you have not yet made any contact, any representations to the federal government over this issue?
I'm certainly aware, based on the activities of the recent week, last week, in the Middle East, and the implications that it will have.
I'm just asking, have you actually reached out to anyone? It's been going, as you say, for at least a week. There's a lot of concern on farms right now. Some people have only literally got the diesel that's left in their tank, in their tractors. Have you made any representations to the federal government as yet, yes or no?
This is an issue that has been brewing over the course of the last week.
Yep. So have you picked up the phone?
As I've indicated in my previous answer, I take this really seriously. It's not yet something that has been raised with me by industry directly.
Right.
I am aware of public commentary about it.
So if it hasn't, we're raising it with you now. It's a pretty big issue. When will you reach out to the federal government about this? Later today? Tomorrow? What's the time frame?
Well, I'm here today.
This morning. You're not this afternoon. It's pretty big. So when do you anticipate speaking to your federal colleagues?
Well, I see this as speaking to my federal colleagues. I'm saying it right here in
Sitting
public.
in a state budget estimates is speaking to your federal colleagues about concerns around fuel shortages.
Yes. And I will do it.
I don't think we're in
In
Canberra
other
here,
ways.
Minister, with respect.
I'm glad we're not in Canberra.
This is a public hearing.
Right, so
I'm raising the
hopefully
issues.
someone federally happens to be watching budget estimates here and says, well, now we know that this is an issue. Can't you just pick up the phone? You're a Labor government, they're a Labor government.
I'll certainly
Why can't
be doing.
you talk to people?
I'll certainly be doing all of that.
Okay, great. When?
I'll be communicating with the federal government, as I do on a very regular basis, about many issues impacting our primary industry sector
Well,
in
it's
New South
probably
Wales.
wise to do it on this one sooner rather than later.
Thank
have
you
you
for
also
the feedback.
sought any undertakings
This is
from...
a new thing that is impacting Australia as a whole. As I said, I am aware of the potential and current risk to farmers who have particularly difficult circumstances, particularly based on geography, and the need for supply on their properties. Many of them will have supply because they do have to plan in advance because they're not next to a petrol station. I will, as I've already said today, raise these issues with the federal government.
Great.
They are responsible for dealing with these policy questions.
Thanks, Minister.
It has not been raised with me directly by
you've
industry.
repeated that already. Can I just ask, have you sought any undertakings from any of the major supermarkets, sort of Coles or Woolworths, that these supply chain disruptions won't be passed on to consumers, or that farmers won't miss out, or be worse off because of these challenges? Have you had any of those discussions?
Farmers should not be worse off as a result of these discussions. Consumers should not be worse off as a result of what is happening in the Middle East. I will engage with anybody that needs to be engaged with to make sure that farmers' issues are heard. I met with the industry as late as Friday. These are not things that have been directly raised, but I understand that this is a growing concern.
Absolutely.
I do acknowledge that. And I certainly acknowledge that growing concerns are particularly difficult in primary production because of geography, because of isolation.
Yeah.
And so I will raise all of these issues with any stakeholders, businesses, governments, industry,
Okay, great.
where it's appropriate
Just
to do so.
continuing on that, I think my colleague's got a question, Minister.
Yeah, Minister, I just wonder what you've done to shore up fertiliser supply at the moment as well, which is also going to face some issues.
I will work with suppliers.
Sorry, what have you done?
These are not things that have been directly raised with me by industry at this stage.
Have you read the paper in the last couple of days, Minister?
Sure.
Okay.
Yet you're not aware of this being an issue?
No, I've said a number of times. I acknowledge concerns in relation to supply. I acknowledge growing concerns in relation to primary producers. I acknowledge the particular and unique circumstances that many of them are in, which causes further concern. I am aware of public commentary in relation to this. I will take action where it is, where I can, and where it is appropriate for the New South Wales Government to do so.
Thank
I'm
you,
aware of
Thanks,
media
Minister.
commentary, but as I've said, it's not a criticism, just factually, these things have not been raised directly with me
Okay.
by the sector.
Thanks, Minister. Just moving to a different issue, you recently announced $2.5 million for shark surveillance drones. Can you confirm whether Lismore Beach will get a drone?
Let me check. So we have, in fact, announced an additional $6 million for sharks, for the shark management program in New South Wales. That includes money for further research. It also includes funding for drone surveillance.
Yeah. What about for Lismore?
Across beaches.
Yeah.
Across beaches.
Yeah. So nothing for Lismore Beach. That's not something that's on your government's radar.
The partnership that we've formed in relation to drone surveillance
Yes.
is with Surf Life Saving. The money that we are that we have allocated
Yes.
in relation to drone surveillance, additional drone surveillance, in fact, out of those additional funds is allocated to Surf Life Saving New South Wales.
But Minister, you would know that Lismore Beach wouldn't be on that list, correct?
The allocation of funds is to Surf Life Saving New South Wales.
But I'm trying to help you out here. You would know that Lismore Beach is not on that list, correct?
The funds are, look, I'm not going to deal with each individual piece of water across the state.
Minister,
We've
my point
allocated.
is Lismore doesn't have a beach.
I'm aware. That's
So
why
the
I've
reason,
said beaches.
But the reason why I'm asking
Beaches.
you, where a really simple question to that answer should have been no.
It's why
is
I said
because
beaches.
Surely you would be aware.
I'll hear the point
We
of
had a
order.
bit of fun about Lismore Beach last week. We got our
No,
laughs
well,
last week. No, let me finish.
I get to
so
ask my
I think it's
questions,
best that serious questions be placed to the minister.
Well,
To you.
Not sort of a second round of joke questions. And I think if they are asked, the minister answered it in the way she thought was appropriate, and to then follow up with a boom boom,
I'm
it's
not-
not appropriate.
time,
I'm not going to uphold the point of order.
Thanks, Chair.
Ms Mitchell is right.
So my point, Minister, obviously, I mean, I would have been astounded if you, as Minister for Regional New South Wales, thought for 1 minute that Lismore had a beach. Do you have,
I
or do
said
you have any
beaches.
consultation? Do you have any consultation, or does anyone come to you, particularly from, the advertising teams at Destination New South Wales, and run things past you? Do you get consulted on that? I mean, the fact that there is a social media video talking about Lismore. The tagline is unfiltered and unexpected, and I can tell you it's pretty unexpected that there's a beach at Lismore. Do you have any involvement in that, any oversight with what gets put out in the public arena to advertise regional communities, or is that not your job?
So we started talking about the shark program, which I take very seriously.
Yeah, I'm asking you though about the advertising for regional New
I
South
understand
Wales now.
the trick question,
Do
which
you
is
have
why I
any
said beaches.
oversight? Do you have any oversight of the regional ads
The
and how
reason,
communities are promoted?
Ms Mitchell, because obviously you're
Pretty
treating
bad, Minister.
the shark management program as a joke.
No, I'm not. I'm
I'll
treating
hear
the
point.
advertising
I'll-
that suggests Lismore has a beach as a joke.
I'll hear
It's
the point of
offensive.
order
I'm
from
not.
Mr Nanva.
I didn't.
Wagga Wagga's got a beach.
Hang on.
not
Sorry,
talking
Miss.
about Wagga.
It
Sorry, Miss
does.
Moriarty. One of your colleagues has taken a point of order.
My point of order, Chair, goes to the procedural fairness resolution, paragraph 19, courtesy being extended to the witness at all times. I'd suggest that talking over the minister as she's trying to answer the question is probably not courteous.
It isn't, but there was a bit of back and forth there, which I generally allow until it gets to a point where Hansard can't deal with it. So it
Happy
was-
Chair. I'll just wrap it up in one question. Minister,
Well, no, I'm
do
gonna
you
answer
get
the question.
No, do you get my question is?
No,
because
you
we
have-
had
you've
a bit
asked
of
a
back
number
and
of
forth.
questions.
My question to you is,
And I haven't had a chance to
Minister,
answer
it's
them.
my turn to ask the question.
No, it's my turn to answer the question.
Well, let me ask it and then you can
You
answer
have.
it. Do you
And you
have
haven't let me
oversight
answer.
of the regional advertising that happens from your government and how these communities are depicted?
Your original question in relation to the shark management program,
Chair, point
Which
of
is
order.
what
I've
you're
actually
talking
moved
about
on to
here.
that. I've asked a specific
which
question
is
to
what
the
is
minister.
being talked about here.
No, I've moved
No.
on. I'm now asking about regional advertising.
the point
No,
of
you
order.
haven't. You've got to let me answer the question. What I talked about.
Chair, there's
You want-
at least 2 points of orders have been
No.
called.
Well, let's hear from Miss Mitchell first.
So
on
my
her
point of order
and we'll
is,
go-
I have limited time, as you know, Minister. I just put a very specific question to you. You spoke earlier about the sharks and you spoke about that Surf Life Saving works out where the drones go. So you've answered that question. I have a specific question in front of you now that you need to be relevant to, which is, do you have oversight in terms of how regional communities are depicted in government advertising? That is the question before you now.
To the point of order, Chair, wide latitude is provided in budget estimates. The Legislative Council practice suggests that the standing orders in the House don't apply to budget estimates. The Minister is answering it in a way where wide latitude is afforded. I'd say she is being relevant under the
You may as well go
resolution.
back and talk about
Further to
fuel.
the point of
I
order,
mean,
Chair. In the past, you have ruled that the answer must be directly relevant, and I don't see any reason why we divert from that rule.
Okay, I will say that, Minister, you did answer the Lismore Beach question quite substantially, and then Miss Mitchell did proceed to then try and move another line of questioning, noting that you are free to answer however you wish, but if you aren't being relevant to the new question that Miss Mitchell has asked, I will draw you back to that. You have the call, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that it's important is that I talked about a $6 million comprehensive program or investment in further work that we're doing in this space that is not just limited to the question, that the attempted stupid question about beaches. It's a program of $6 million for what we're doing in relation to drones,
That's not what my
in relation
Minister,
to
Minister, I
research
will
in
now-
our
You may as well
waterways.
answer my fuel question.
Minister,
while
I
you're
will
at it,
draw you now.
Minister.
I
Like, come on.
will now draw you to the question that Ms Mitchell asked regarding direction of
Yeah.
advertisement and whether you have any input into how that's done. I believe was the
Yes,
crux of
that's
the
the
question.
question.
Yes, and in relation to the program, it also, the specific part that I am responsible for also includes not so much advertising, but education. It includes funding for educating communities about shark management.
Sorry,
I
Chair,
understand
this
that
is
you're
not-
talking
I'm talking
further
about-
than that in relation to other advertising programs
It's a pretty
that the
simple
government
yes or
might
no
run.
question, Minister. We'll just say no.
In
and we'll
relation
move
to
on.
some
We've
of
got-
those,
we've got barely
I'd
any
be
time.
involved. In relation to others, there's different bits of work across government where advertising is done either in regional communities or for regional communities or about regional communities. Again, not to labour the point, we started with the shark program. The
Right,
work
well, we're
that
ready
the
to
funding
move
for
on
the
to
shark
something else,
program
Minister. This is
happy to
great.
includes
move
the
on.
shark,
We're moving on. We're
the
not
shark
listening to
education
words.
Still have the call,
program
Chair.
being
Can
rolled
we-
out
Yes.
Can we
across
just ask some
Thank you,
questions?
Minister.
Yeah,
The Chair's just given me the call,
communities.
Minister.
yeah.
Minister, what measure are you using to claim historic levels of success in feral pig management?
So there's some really good work happening here, but there's a lot more to do. There's no question about that. Over the course of the last week or so, I've put out some information into the community in relation to stats that we have for aerial culling operations.
So are they the measure of success, Minister?
Nope, that's a part of the work that we're doing. Part of the work that we're doing in this space is in relation to that aerial culling work, and we're at almost 250,000 pigs through that part of the program over the last couple of years that we've been in government. We also have a comprehensive, I would remind people this is landholders are responsible for dealing with pigs and pests on their property. The government provides support. We have a comprehensive baiting program, and I'm pleased to report that the conservative estimate for what has been achieved with the baiting program that we've been running with landholders is over 500,000 pigs.
That's great, Minister. So does
that
that mean
gets
that
us
pig
to 750,000, 750,000 pigs, which is not enough. There's a lot to do. There's still a lot more work to do. But 750,000, 750,000 pigs through the over $40 million that we've invested as a government working with landholders is a positive step in the right direction.
So what percentage of the pig population is that?
I don't have those statistics, but I can compare it to the records under your government, and it was in the tens of thousands, less than 20,000.
So was there more? Are there more pigs now than there were previously,
in
or
your
less?
previous term of government? Less than 20,000 is the official data that I have. It's not perfect.
So
Over
Minister,
750,000 are the figures that I have in relation to the work that this government's done. There is a lot more work to do. There's no question about that. And we want to continue to support landholders to fulfil their responsibilities for tackling this issue. I was delighted to highlight the aerial culling figures last week. Today I'm delighted to report the best figures that we have to date, conservatively at $500,000 for the baiting program. We will continue to work with landholders and as a government to look at those results. Again, there's much more work to do. There's no question about that. But we're looking at how to use the data that we have, as well as reviews that we have asked the NRC to do in relation to how we're coordinating and managing our pest management program in New South Wales. I have recently tasked the very good Biosecurity Commissioner in New South Wales with also having a look. We're going to continue the work while we're doing this. But as we continue, I've asked the Biosecurity Commissioner to look at this data, have a look at where we should be focusing our resources. She is, of course, an independent commissioner who will now look at this in a way that helps to inform decisions and resourcing decisions that we make for how to best support landholders with what works in the best possible way.
Thank you, Minister. Now, you talked earlier, you hadn't done anything about the fuel and the fertiliser because no one's reached out to you on that yet. I just wonder what farmers are coming to you and saying that the best approach would be another review into pig control management, or otherwise, where did the idea of another review, keeping in mind the NRC have just finished a review, where did the idea of another review come from? Was that farmers coming to you saying that a review would be the best way to deal with the pig numbers?
I'm always interested in looking at what we can do with the information and resources that I have available, that we have in this sector available, to be as dynamic as possible to address existing threats and issues facing our primary sectors in the most up-to-date, data-driven way that I can. The reason we appointed an independent biosecurity commissioner was to have a person in a role that can look at things independently. We've had some success with this program. I acknowledge there is more work to do. What farmers are saying to me in general terms about how we're working with them and supporting them in relation to resources for pest management is it includes talking to them about what the best available tools are to get the best bang for our buck and for their buck. It's not another review. It is a very important piece of work that the Biosecurity Commissioner will do at the same time that we're continuing on with this work. Again, the baiting program has been such a success. I bet you didn't know that those were the numbers before today. It's important that we make informed decisions about where to best spend taxpayer dollars in supporting landholders. So your question in relation to what do farmers ask me for? They ask me to consider those things. They ask me to work with them on how taxpayer resources can be used to assist them with the work that they are required to do under the Biosecurity Act. They want their resources to go as far as possible. They say to me that they want the government and the department and the resources that we have to be used based on research, based on the best possible information that we can determine. It's a positive thing to be looking at that. It's a positive thing to be using this independent role that we've created to give some advice to government, to me, on how we should be allocating resources. Again, aerial culling's been a big focus. The data is at almost 250,000. Baiting program, the data is at 500,000. It's appropriate for this commissioner to have a look at where we should be investing resources. Landholders will be part of that conversation to give feedback on what they're best getting benefit from in terms of the work that they do. It's how we better spend taxpayer dollars, so the broader community have an expectation that we're constantly looking at the best way to approach these challenges. I don't apologise for that. I think it's a positive, good thing to get on with the job, but also be having some assessments of whether what has always been done is the best way to continue this work going forward. She's also going to be looking at how we can incentivise landholders to get involved in these programs. I highlighted a program, some aerial culling work that we did in Tullamore a couple of weeks ago. I was out there having a look at how it worked. That was, I think, from memory, 12 landholders getting together to coordinate together how to deal with these things at scale. We got 2,500 pigs as a result of that. We're continuing to do those operations. I want to know why 15 or 20 landholders didn't get involved.
Thank you, Minister. This is well away from the original question.
It's not, it's literally the question.
We're up to
well away from the
crossbench.
Just conscious of crossbench and opposition time, not eating into either one too much, Minister.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, when was Dr Kim Filmer's last day as the Chief Animal Welfare Officer?
I don't know the answer to that. I might ask the department.
I'll come back to you on that, Ms.
Okay.
Hurst. I think it was the end of January.
Yeah,
beginning of
thank you. I
February.
think on her LinkedIn it did say January. Do you know when you received notice that she was leaving the role? I'm happy for you to take that on notice if you don't have it on you.
Look, I'll take it on notice, but I would also say I don't know that I received notice. There's been structural changes happen in the department. A whole piece of work has gone on over the course of the last year or so in different sections of the department.
Sorry, so when you say there's a restructure within the department, are you not filling that role of Chief Animal Welfare Officer? Has that role now disappeared?
Yes, it's not. It's not a question for me in relation to whether I fill it or not. I understand where you're coming from.
It's under your department, isn't it?
No, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but it's important. It's important to say I don't determine the roles inside of the department.
Okay, but you're across it.
Yeah, I'm aware
yeah. So
that changes have been made.
Okay, so it wasn't your decision, but this is something, a restructure that's been happening.
A restructure happened, a change management program happened across the department. 159 positions from memory were gone. How the department managed that is a question for the department. How animal welfare work is resourced, the work that the government needs the department to do in relation to our priorities for animal welfare, and how day-to-day staffing arrangements are determined inside of the department are not a matter for me. They're a matter through the secretary for the department.
But I mean, this is an important change. The removal of the Chief Animal Welfare Officer. How will animal welfare then function under your department?
I'm confident that the structures that the structures that the department have put in place will deliver on the work that we need the government to do.
Can you just explain to me what the new structure will look like? Obviously, I'm completely blind to what the new structure will be. Is there anybody going to be working specifically in animal welfare?
There is, and I genuinely understand your interest. I don't determine the structure, but I'm happy for Rachel.
I'm not asking you what decisions you've made. I'm just asking you.
No,
what
but to answer your question, it's best if the department tell you the resources that are in place in that section of the department. I'm confident that it's resourced in the way that it needs to be.
But Minister, are you not across what the new animal welfare structure will look like within your department?
The internal workings of the department are not for me to determine.
I'm not asking you if you've determined it. I'm asking if you're across how it's going to function.
What I need the department to do is to function and provide resources internally that deliver on what we need to deliver. I'm very happy to provide you with information in relation to the details of positions and all of those things. That's best asked to the department, and I'm really happy for you to be provided with whatever level of detail you need. That's not for me to determine or hold, but I'm very happy for the department.
You're not really across who will be working in what sort of spaces with animal welfare within your department.
I'm responsible for...
I understand you don't determine it. My question was simply, are you across it, and can you describe the new structure to me as the Minister?
I am confident. My role is to ensure that the department has resources and that it does, through the Secretary, that it does the work that is required to be done. The different layers and levels of who's in what role, I'm very happy for you to be provided with the information.
Yeah, I'll ask them this afternoon. We
through
can move
the
on.
department.
Minister, are you aware of the situation where a critically endangered grey nurse shark has been caught and killed at Terrigal, and other endangered sharks have been spotted in the water with hooks and traces in their mouths?
So I think you're referring to videos.
There was an article in the ABC about a grey nurse shark being targeted, a critically endangered grey nurse shark caught and killed in Terrigal.
I am aware of that incident. I am aware that I believe it was some young boys involved in that activity. It's illegal. It's against the law. Those sharks are protected what happened was abhorrent. It should not have happened. I'm aware that it has. There is video footage, I believe, of the incident. What can be identified and what work the people can do to investigate and track down the people involved. We require that to be done, but what happened was illegal.
Given there's been a repeated set of attacks on these critically endangered animals, are you considering any regulatory changes or any other sort of steps to help protect these endangered species, particularly in Terrigal?
It's against the law. So what
I
happened
understand
was
it's against the law. I'm asking you if you're looking at any further regulatory changes. So I understand the community have been petitioning you, for example, to declare the whole area a marine reserve, given that there's been so many critically endangered sharks that have been targeted, particularly in Terrigal. Is that something that you're giving any consideration to?
So I understand the seriousness of it, and these sharks are protected. I don't know what you mean by so many, and I say that respectfully. I don't have sort of data that there's that this is something that's happening at scale. If there's further information than this particular circumstance that I'm aware of, happy for.
I can
wouldn't be
send
happy,
you the
but
media
it
reports.
can be
And so
provided.
there was the one shark that was obviously caught and killed, which you're across, but there was other sharks spotted in the water with fishing hooks and traces in their mouths. And so it appears that this is more than one animal that's actually been targeted and killed, and others were also being put at risk during this incident as well.
Well, it's illegal. They're
I
protected.
understand it's illegal. I'm asking whether you've heard from the community that have been declaring for you to declare this a marine reserve so that incidents like this don't happen again.
Yes. So, Yes, there are some people in the community who are calling for that to occur. I'm aware of that. There are some in the community who are calling for an expansion of those kinds of zones around New South Wales. It's not something that we're currently looking at. The Marine Estate Review is, of course, due. The rules in relation to the marine estate have been looked at and are due to be published. So in answer to your question, I'm aware that there are calls for that. There are also, there are a number of views in relation to protected zones. So we're not looking at it at the moment, but, that's whatever future work the government considers will be future work. In relation to this particular species in this area, they are protected. It is illegal activity.
Minister, I want to ask you some questions about the humpback whale calf that became entangled and drowned in a shark net on the 27th of October last year in Coaldale Beach. I'm sure you remember the incident. The recovery and disposal of the whale carcass required a hazardous recovery operation, including cranes, trucks, specialist contractors. It ended up costing $44,000. Wollongong City Council approached you to reimburse that $44,000, given it was the state government's shark netting program that caused the death of that animal. But that request was refused, and that $44,000 has now been left with Wollongong City Council. Can I ask why the state government has refused to reimburse those costs to the council, given it was the state government's netting program that actually caused the death of this animal?
So a couple of things here. I am aware of the circumstances in relation to this whale. It is true to say that the council did request that the government reimburse those costs. That request has been declined because it is not the state government's responsibility to deal with the cleanup and these issues on beaches. That is the responsibility for councils. In relation to this particular incident, the advice that I have is that, in fact, the whale, after testing was done, the whale was sick, it was full of parasites. Yes, there was an entanglement in netting, but the review that was done of the whale found that it had been sick and full of parasites. So it's not, I don't have evidence that, that is the evidence that I have in relation to the circumstances of this whale, but it's not the state government's responsibility to deal with managing these issues on beaches. That is the responsibility of councils.
Thanks, Ms Hurst. Minister, just sticking with the feral pig issue, you made some comments there about using resources effectively and efficiently. Can you just give us a breakdown of that $40 million spend on the government's pig removal program? How much of it is for aerial culling, how much of it is for baiting, and how much of it is for education seminars telling farmers what a feral pig is?
I'll see if I can get a breakdown. This is, of course, over the couple of years in our government. Let me see if I can find...
Happy for you to take it on notice, or we pick it up in the afternoon, that's fine.
Sure. The breakdown of the split in terms of baiting programs versus aerial. Baiting programs are cheaper.
I know there was components there where you were running seminars with farmers.
Yes.
About the programs, etc. So I think they were the three streams of funding.
This afternoon with you, if you want, Mr.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Or can I just go to this new biosecurity compliance and investigation unit that you announced, where you've got 6 staff. With pests and weeds costing New South Wales $1.9 billion every year, what's this new biosecurity compliance unit with 6 staff going to achieve to address that problem? And given that it's been traditionally an LLS role to do this work, is this an admission that LLS haven't been able to do their job or have failed to do their job?
Not at all.
So why are we creating another unit to do the work of what the LLS officers do around the state? Seems like a duplication.
It's not. This is a particular focus on compliance activity. LLS do very, very important work. I support them in doing the work that they do. There is a need, and I have been asked by people across the sector to do increased compliance work, to have more compliance activity clearly demonstrated across the sector for a number of reasons. We're investing a lot of money in taxpayer money in tackling our feral pest problems. We're investing a lot of money in tackling our weed problems. It is landholders' responsibility to deal with these issues themselves on their properties under the Biosecurity Act.
And it's LLS officers that issue pest control orders, so they're already doing that compliance in a sense with a farmer's failure to meet their obligations. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So is this new compliance unit, this new 6 staff, are they going to be able to issue pest control orders as well? Is that what they're going to be doing?
It's a compliance unit that's going to be looking at issues across the board, because the feedback that I get often, and we're approaching these issues, I guess you would say, with a carrot and a bigger stick. So we're investing significant financial and human resources into supporting landholders to do what they are required to do themselves. Landholders are investing their own resources into meeting their biosecurity responsibilities and general duties. I've talked today about some of the work that we're doing to make our dollars go further, do this work at scale.
Wouldn't it be, so just on that, Minister, wouldn't it be more cost efficient, instead of standing up a whole new unit, just to fund LLS officers with more officers to do that work? Like, what is these 6 new staff going to be doing different than what the LLS officers have been doing for many years? Like, I would imagine it would have been cheaper and faster just to fund these LLS officers to have more staff, more boots on the ground to be doing the work that they're already doing.
It's a bit of all of the above. So they're going to continue doing the work that they're doing. I support them to do that. But where we need to be running operations, so I've talked again.
How much is this new unit costing, Minister?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I'll see what information I can get to you as soon as possible. Fair enough question.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily the same thing. So in the same way that I've talked about the work that we're doing for better coordinating at scale, I'll give the example of how we're dealing with pest control as an example of that today. That will include work on incentivising people to get involved, but where there are issues with people who are not doing that, either they're deliberately sitting it out, they're not doing what's required, they're not joining these programs at scale, either because for whatever reason they're on their properties, or they're landholders that don't necessarily live full-time on their properties. There are gaps. So how we can up compliance, we want to work, the priority is to work with people, but upping compliance, which includes, if I need to, increase penalties and make legislative change. So looking at these things from a whole perspective.
But these officers aren't going to be making legislative change. They're going to be out on the ground. So where are these officers going to be located? These six officers, are they going to be spread out geographically? Are they going to be attached to different LLS officers? Like, are they going to? Yeah, how is it going to be structured across the state?
I can't tell you where people are going to be physically based. I'm happy to take that on notice, or the department can give you that. It's 200 officers and locations for this department around the state.
No, but we're asking about 6.
I understand.
As a specifically dedicated unit, one would hope they'd be geographically spread. But yeah, I'm happy for you to take that on notice. You talked about them being across the sector. When you say that, what do you mean by sector? Because I've had representations from different parts of the agricultural sector who are screaming out for more compliance, particularly the beekeepers. They're saying, we need more compliance in that space. I'm sure we'd be hearing concerns from cattle farmers around concerns around foot and mouth, etc. They'd be wanting more boots on the ground supporting them. So when you say sector, are these 6 officers going to be specialising in different parts, or is it going to be broad brush?
It's both, but you've given a few examples of where this is particularly relevant at the moment. So
how can it be both broad brush and specialised? Because
where we need to focus in on particular issues, we put resources into particular issues. It's not a static workforce. So there are some things that are business as usual, and we continue doing work in relation to compliance activities, research, advice. And there are occasions where we have particular threats where we need to put additional resources into managing them. Fire ants, red imported fire ants is one. Cattle tick program is another one, how we're dealing with that particular threat. You've given the example of varroa mite and how we're specifically engaging with beekeepers, apiarists in relation to that work. It's based on feedback from people saying, we need more focus on, you're talking to us about how to do the right thing here, but these people aren't. How can we increase activity, penalties, education or whatever in relation to that? So we're trying to come at this from every perspective with resources.
But LLS have traditionally done that job of being the carrot and the stick.
They'll continue to do the work that they've been doing, but I've given examples that are bigger than where we have particular issues that we need to tackle that are outside of just whether a person has dealt with something on their property. That's part of it, but again, the threat of red imported fire ants has had us money put into a surge of resources and people to tackle a particular threat. Another example is that cattle tick program. Another example
thanks.
is the bees.
Thanks, Minister. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you'd be aware, of course, that foot rot is currently Schedule 1 notifiable animal disease, which comes with certain restrictions about moving stock into the state. Minister, have you been involved in any discussions about potential changes to the management of foot rot in New South Wales?
I have not.
If it's given the significance of such a disease, you would no doubt be aware if such changes were going to take place?
It's changes to that program are not something that have come directly to me, but happy to consider anything that needs to be considered.
Will you commit then to not change the foot rot program over the next 12 months at least?
If this hasn't been raised, no specific changes have been raised with me.
Okay, great. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have oversight, or are you aware of a document that's been put out by Planning at the end of last year? It's called A New Approach to Strategic Planning. There's a discussion paper, there's maps. I'm happy to provide you with a copy of the map, but does that ring a bell with you at all?
I mean, potentially in general terms, but it's a different section of government.
Okay, so, and I'm happy to table those so that people have copies, including yourself, Minister. But what you'll see when you get the map is that basically planning's broken New South Wales into 4 zones. There's Newcastle, Sydney, Wollongong, and then everywhere else is regional. So is that how you also manage things as Minister for Regional New South Wales? Newcastle, Sydney, Wollongong is separate and you do everything else. Is that the approach?
No, there's different. It's different depending on what programs we're looking at.
So how do you determine how it's different? Because why is it inconsistent across government? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's not that it's inconsistent. It depends on what piece of policy.
Okay, so how do you then determine what piece of policy where something is regional and where it's not? If housing and planning are saying everywhere outside of Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong is regional, you're saying as Minister for Regional that's not your approach?
My approach is that it depends on the programs that we're working with communities on. It can include this definition. My main focus tends to be outside of, obviously Sydney, but Newcastle and Wollongong. But they're not excluded, where we're looking at things that are relevant for the hunter, for example. Right. Or the Illawarra, for example.
So can you understand, though, for the average sort of regional communities, it's a bit confusing when, you, for instance, announce funding, and we've raised this with you before, for a super yacht facility from a regional economic development fund, yet planning says, no, Newcastle's a separate region and everywhere else is regional. Do you just pick and choose depending on funding programs where you want to put the money? Is that up to you as Minister?
It depends on what we're trying to achieve. So,
well, I thought you'd be trying to achieve for regional communities, Minister. Isn't that your job?
I am. So,
So
you've
giving
just
money to
given-
the Newcastle super yacht facility is really important for the region.
I'll hear the point of order.
What you have is this iterative conversation where the member tries to make a political point and cut the minister off without actually listening to the answer she's trying to articulate. And I think the minister should be given the courtesy of actually answering the question before the member attempts to make another cheap political point.
Here.
To the point of order,
Yes, Ms Stevenson.
really, it's budget estimates. We have wide latitude.
Yeah, it's
we
not
have
the upper house
conversations.
in
There's
take note.
clearly-
Order.
There's clearly courtesy, and there's an active conversation happening, which is the way we deal
Yeah.
with estimates in this forum.
Look, I would say there have been far more robust interactions between the minister and Ms Mitchell in the past, and that was nowhere close to that
Thank you,
level.
Chair. That's
But I will,
permission to misbehave.
No, it's not permission to misbehave. I will keep an eye on it if the
No, no.
interruptions get too aggressive or too
I'm
over the top.
just very passionate
Yeah.
about this, Chair, as you
You have the call.
understand.
Well, we've got to answer the questions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please
yes.
answer.
The minister's
I'd
passionate too.
be interested.
Yes,
Very. And
Hard to tell today.
order.
it depends. It depends on what we're trying to achieve. You've just given an example today that was a program that was chosen because it's of benefit to the hunter, the region of the
Right.
hunter. And sometimes the reason we wouldn't rule out in my remit what we might want to look at for funding opportunities that will benefit the regions, we wouldn't automatically exclude Newcastle and Wollongong because sometimes there can be investments made that are to benefit
Okay.
their regions.
But
the
you
focus
just
is
decide,
elsewhere.
Sure, you've said that, but is it kind of an ad hoc decision for you as minister on whatever program you look at it, the lens, and that's the call ultimately rests with you? Is that the process for you as minister?
I wouldn't put it in those terms. It depends on what the government is trying to achieve.
But you're the government and the minister responsible, so
Again, let me get a couple of words out. It depends on what we're trying to achieve with a particular program. If I've got, I'll have and have got, as an example in the reverse, programs that are focused on remote communities. So I wouldn't have an all-encompassing definition if we want to run a program that's focused on a particular need in remote communities. We've funded childcare in the west of the state because we had a particular problem
Sure.
to solve
and I'm not
and a
arguing
particular
the regional
program
funding,
in mind.
But I guess the issue you've got is regional communities feeling like they're competing, frankly, with Newcastle and Wollongong. And, you know, according to planning, they're not. They're a separate area, but in some of yours, there's an overlap. So maybe would you be able to potentially provide on notice how much regional New South Wales funding since you've been minister has gone into Lower Hunter, Central Coast, and the Newcastle area, and also the Illawarra Shoalhaven, as opposed to the rest of regional New South Wales? Because is that something you could provide on notice, a breakdown for that for me?
What I can do is try to give some information, but I don't allocate funds based on, always based on the specifics of how you put the question. I'm happy to provide as much information on a breakdown. I understand where you're coming from.
Because the point is you're saying that it depends, is sort of your answer, whether some areas are classed as regional. And I just would love a breakdown of the regional New South Wales funding. How much of that has gone into that Newcastle sort of Central Coast area? How much has gone into Illawarra, Shoalhaven, Wollongong? And then how much has gone to the rest of regional? They're the sort of three areas that I would like. If you could take it on notice, is fine. I don't expect you to have it now. But if you could, that would be great.
But I'm also going to pull you up on paraphrasing incorrectly what I've said.
But you said it.
By
you did
answering
say it
that
ahead.
question, no. You're trying to put words in my mouth which are not true. To simply say, it depends, give us how much you've spent in Newcastle is not what I've said.
No.
What I've said is it depends on what we're trying to achieve with a particular program, what we're trying to achieve. So I've given an example where we will sometimes locate a program package issue based on a remote community, and that's what we'll look at. We'll sometimes look at what will benefit the hunter.
Yeah,
and
with
where the
respect,
best place
Minister,
to put that is.
You've said that. If you could put it on notice, that breakdown, that would be amazing. As best as you can do it, I'd really appreciate that. I just wanted to move now, obviously, to one of, if not the most pressing issues in regional communities at the moment, which is drought. Can you tell me how much of the Drought Ready and Resilient Loans program, how much has been taken up by farmers to date?
So, a couple of things. We have had 12.9 million out of that particular fund go out.
Out of how much is the allocation, Minister?
That fund is 250 million.
Okay.
The important context here is that we closed out a different fund before this one was tapped into. Someone will correct me on the figures, but it was over 100.
Yep.
Okay.
That went out through that. So that is relevant.
When did that finish?
Last year, but I'd have to. I can come back to you. I'll try and come back.
Okay. So, but of the 250 million allocation that you've got, 12.9 million has gone out the door so far. That's correct.
Out of this new allocation.
Yeah.
But out of the last, the closing out the last fund.
Yep.
It was over 100.
Okay.
That had gone out.
So
I'll give you the numbers if you want the last fund, Ms Mitchell.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
it closed on 8th of January and the value approved was 139 million.
139. And how much was available under that old fund?
That was what was remaining under that fund.
Right.
So so those funds are out.
Yep.
Completed. New fund established. 12.9 million has gone out to date.
Yeah, and that was the one you announced a few weeks ago. That 200.
No.
When was that $250 million fund announced?
It's a fund that's been in existence, but I've expanded the offering of that over the last couple of weeks.
Expanded by eligibility criteria or amount paid?
Both.
Or what? Okay,
Both.
great.
So we have the 250 million available.
Mm-hmm.
We had amounts of up to 250,000 available.
Yep.
We got feedback from people across the sector. This is obviously for preparedness. And we got feedback that people wanted the opportunity to be able to access more funds. So we've done that. So as of last Monday, I think it is, last week, we've expanded that to, in addition to the 250,000 that you can access, as of last week, you can now access amounts of up to 500,000. Okay. So there's been more application, an increase in applications since that.
Okay. So
and there's one other. So opening, I believe tomorrow. People have also asked us to have access to smaller amounts to assist with emergency preparedness work. So as part of that expansion, we also amended this to allow people to be able to access 100,000 and with less stringency, less information, it's easier to access those funds compared to the larger amount. Okay. And that opens tomorrow.
Thank you. So of the 12.9 million that's gone out so far, how many sort of individual loans does that equate to?
Applications approved is 73.
Okay. And what's the current interest rate on the loans?
I will tell you.
There's two rates, Ms Mitchell. So it's either 5 or 10 year. So the 10-year rate is 5.29 and the 5-year rate is 4.58.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. And Minister, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of having these programs available, but does it concern you that so far that's only 73 farmers? We've got half the state in drought. I mean, you spruik this policy quite a bit. Do you think it's actually having the impact that it needs to? Because those numbers are pretty low, to be fair.
36% of the state is drought affected at the moment, but it's a serious concern for a number of communities. As I've indicated, 139 million went out as a different fund was closed out. So that is money people have accessed since we've been in government. In relation to this fund, these are the numbers to date, but having listened to people about what they're looking for from this fund, I've recently expanded it. The information that I've got since the first part of that expansion opened last week is that we have had a number of applications over the course of the last week. I expect when we open the smaller amount tomorrow, which will be funds that are easier to obtain, more people will access it. This is one thing that is available for farmers and landholders to access in relation to getting support for drought conditions. It's available across the state. Ironically, some communities that were extremely dry and headed for drought are now flooded. And we're asking people to provide information on our PINDAR surveys for damage that's occurred to their properties because of flooding. So this fund remains available for people to access based on how they're looking to prepare and how the government can assist with that, but we'll continue to work with farmers and communities about further support.
Because obviously, Minister, some people don't want to take on more debt when they're going into drought as well, and so these are loans with pretty decent size sort of interest repayable. Do you think that's part of the concern? Are farmers talking to you about that?
Certainly people are talking about all of the things that they're considering as they prepare for these conditions. It's very, very going into drought is very, very tough for a number of our communities, particularly around the Riverina. We're engaging with people about other supports as well. We have expanded an additional $1.8 million towards the rural financial counselling service. People can access that service. It's not part of government. It's separate to help with financial planning and decision making. That is supported by government. I've appointed a Southern Drought Coordinator based on farmers saying that they wanted to engage with a person about being able to talk about the supports that are available and the conditions that they are experiencing. The feedback that I've got so far, and here's a direct line to me, the feedback that I've got so far on that is that it's been incredibly popular and successful. So we've expanded it into the west of the state, and he's been going around and talking to communities. He's passing that feedback on to me. We've also, as part of our expansion of the drought management program that we're offering, assistance program, expanded funding for dealing with pest animals. So 1.2 million, I think it is, for dealing with kangaroos out west that are competing with livestock for water, although again,
thanks, Minister.
It's flooded out in many parts of the west.
I don't have a lot of time, thank you. You've sort of answered my question that I had, particularly in relation to the concerns about the interest rates of the loans. Just to a different topic in the few minutes I've got left. In your view, who should bear the burden for decommissioning renewable energy projects?
I'm not responsible for renewable energy projects, although I support the work that the government is doing at a very rapid rate to deliver our energy future in New South Wales.
But Minister, as Minister responsible for agriculture and for regional communities, surely you would know the impact that the rapid rollout, to use your words, is having, and the concern particularly coming from farmers about what happens at the end of life of these projects. So you don't have a view at all in terms of who should be responsible here?
I understand the concerns of some farmers in relation to this, and I do hear them, and I understand that that's the case. This was your legislation, Ms Mitchell. I was in the Parliament in opposition when we supported your government.
I'm asking about the decommissioning of these projects, because if you've been to any of these communities as Minister, I would be highly surprised if they weren't raised with you as issues, because everywhere we go, people are talking about it, the rapid rollout, but also what happens at the end of life. Do you have a position on that? You're the one who's meant to be sitting around the cabinet table advocating for farmers. Do you have a position on that you take as Minister?
There's a couple of things to say to that. First of all, again, it was your legislation as government that put this work in place, that put this legislation in place. We supported it from opposition. Now, as government, we're rolling it out. I don't know why the Nats have disappeared. Perhaps the polls yesterday should reflect, give you pause to reflect.
I'm asking a really serious
in relation
question on
to
behalf of
concerns
farmers.
of farmers.
If this is the best answer you've got, it's pretty woeful.
In relation to concerns from farmers, I have met with people who are engaging with government about how the rollout is occurring. I've met with farmers who are embracing these things on their properties because it's diversifying their income, it's diversifying, we've just talked about drought. These are things that diversify and provide opportunity to farmers for themselves to be able to take advantage of.
Okay.
So I understand there are benefits from both and concerns from that perspective.
Okay, so
agriculture, in answer to your question, we've appointed an agriculture commissioner.
With respect, Minister, I'm asking about renewables. I'm not asking about sort of your general policy position.
No, but I'm answering your
question. You would understand, though, that agricultural land is being impacted by the rollout of these projects, yes?
It's part of the land that is being used to roll this out. There are also benefits for farmers.
So, but would you then, as
and
a
for
minimum,
regional communities?
Okay, but as a minimum, would you support? Because one of the issues is consultation, right? And we hear that a lot from farmers and landholders. You know, we've heard a lot on our inquiry that this committee is doing. Would you support the introduction of minimum statutory standards for that early stage community engagement? As the Minister for Regional, as the Minister who's sticking up for farmers supposedly, do you think there should be some sort of minimum consultation for that community engagement piece?
The government is consulting with communities. I absolutely understand the views of some in relation to the pace here. I do. I've met with a number of farmers who have raised these issues with me. We've appointed an independent agriculture commissioner who is also engaging on this and doing
you should engage
agricultural
in it. You're the
land.
minister.
I am.
Like it's your job.
On agricultural
Keep fobbing things
land.
off onto other people.
You don't like the answer, so you're just going to speak over the top of me while I'm answering.
I can't believe this is your best response.
We are consulting with communities. We do need to get this done quickly. It's your legislation. Did you consult with these farmers before you passed this bill in the Parliament?
The rollout of this under your government is what is bringing many regional communities to their knees, including farmers. And I cannot believe how flippant you are being about this.
I don't think I've been flippant at all, and you should withdraw that.
I will say that it's probably not a point to hear the point about this point because we have reached 10:45 and that concludes. I noticed you were keen to get some.
We won't be flippant.
So does the government have any questions?
At this time, because the answers have been so thorough and detailed, the government has no questions.
Thank you. We'll now break to 11:15.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back after that brief interlude. We'll continue with questions from the crossbench. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, in relation to the waiver of intentional cruelty cases, I'm also hearing that there continues to be a high number of animal neglect cases, and in particular I'm constantly hearing about backyard breeding cases. So I just wanted to get a bit of an understanding from you about what the government's doing in that space. My understanding is that the current cost of living crisis is really exacerbating the issue, and the authorities are just seeing more and more cases again of, really dodgy backyard breeding that's leading to animal cruelty.
Well, we've outlawed it. So we changed the law with the support of the Parliament to outlaw that kind of behaviour, even though any kind of animal cruelty is against the law.
What did we do to specifically
Well, we've banned puppy farming, and so we've got protections in place for...
But sorry, Minister, just to clarify, I'm not talking about puppy farming, I'm talking about backyard breeding, which is, people who are unscrupulous breeders, they don't really know what they're doing, they may be doing one litter at a time, they may have one dog, two dogs, so these are much smaller breeders, but they're not necessarily people that understand what they're doing.
Well, they're required to understand what they're doing. It's the law. So it doesn't matter if you're a professional organisation, a big-scale breeder, or Joe Blogs in your backyard. Mm-hmm. Rules are rules. So if you've got examples
and
where...
what was the part of the legislation that they're required to know what they're doing?
It's the law. You've got to... You can't just do what you like.
What was the part of the legislation that...
POCTA. Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act.
But that's just a general sort of act. There's nothing specific in the puppy farming legislation or POCTA about backyard breeding, right?
No, but it's a law about animal welfare and animal cruelty.
But that's kind of after the fact, right? So once somebody has already committed an act of cruelty, they can be prosecuted, and once the animal is proven to suffer. But we don't really have any legislation at the moment to actually prevent backyard breeding and from people breeding a few litters that really have no education or understanding of what they're doing.
So I want to help with information, but what is the question?
So my question is...
If you're treating animals badly,
that's
laws.
Part of POCTA. But what I want to know is why, or what are you doing in regards to the rise in cruelty cases that are occurring in backyard breeding? I know it came up quite a bit when the puppy farm legislation was up for debate, and people were talking about the cruelty that occurs in backyard breeding specifically, and I'm wanting to understand what you or what your department is doing to tackle backyard breeding and dodgy backyard breeding, other than waiting for cruelty to occur, waiting for it to potentially get found out by an enforcement agency and somebody going out there. Is there any proactive work being done to prevent dodgy backyard breeding?
Well, it doesn't necessarily work that we're waiting for things to occur. The law applies. So if you've got examples
but which law, Minister? I don't understand which law you're saying backyard breeding is illegal.
If people are doing the wrong thing... So is the question here, there is a dog being mistreated?
No. The question is...
Or that a dog is being bred?
The question is, in regards to backyard breeding, where you have breeders who have no education, no skills, no qualifications in breeding animals. So what's happening, there's a current cost of living crisis. A lot of people are breeding their animals for a bit of extra cash and hoping to sell a litter, hoping to sell 2 litters. At the moment, under the legislation, backyard breeding is entirely legal. There is nothing to stop people who have no idea what they're doing from breeding their dog and trying to sell those few litters. What we're seeing is that the enforcement agencies are getting called out more and more to these cases of backyard breeding. And then, yes, of course, they're prosecuting them, but that's coming in at the very end when the cruelty has already occurred. And I'm trying to find out if anything is being done. There was a lot of calls when we did the puppy farm legislation to specifically outlaw backyard breeding, and I'm wondering if any work's being done there.
Well, a couple of things. The law applies. So the Prevention of Cruelty you might roll your eyes, but the law applies. The Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act applies. If people are mistreating animals, the law applies. We're strengthening the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act
by outlawing
And
backyard
I'm
breeding?
doing, I've outlined already today some of the things that, well, in the public domain, some of the things that the government is looking to do to strengthen that. We're consulting with stakeholders on how to strengthen that. We also introduced or passed legislation for dealing with puppy farms. Both laws apply. So even if you're I don't know what a backyard breeder is in terms of the way that you're putting it. I'm not trying to make light of it. I understand that there is an issue in relation to animal cruelty, which is why we're strengthening those laws and why we passed the bill. The rules apply. So if you're a novice or a professional, the rules apply. The number of litters, all of those things apply. You are required, like every law in New South Wales, to comply with the law. If you break the law, then there are consequences. I'm not suggesting that there's not, and if the animal welfare agencies, particularly those that we
Thank you, Minister.
providing funding to do this work, have more statistics to
because
say
I know
that it's
Ms.
increased.
Higginson has
None
some
of that's been
questions.
provided. I
Thank
don't
you.
have that information.
Thank you. Minister, last estimates you said that the Forestry Industry Action Plan report would be released soon and there would be more to say about the future of the industry soon. Will this report be released soon?
Yes.
Any idea when, given it all closed October last year?
Certainly soon. I see no reason for it to not be out, so I'm happy to follow that up.
Okay, so we'll see something very soon from what I can
From the
gather.
report that was done
Yeah.
previously, I'll see what the issue is, but I don't have any issue with it being provided, so soon.
Okay, so that is the Industry Action Plan?
No. Sorry, the
Okay. Industry
Action Plan, sorry, I thought you were talking about the previous review report.
Right.
Industry Action Plan work is continuing, that's underway.
Okay, will we see the release of the Industry Action Plan this year?
I can't give that guarantee. The government is working on it. We are committed to a forestry industry action plan. I'm certainly aware that the election is almost a year away this week, I think.
But we may or may not see it before the election, is essentially...
We're committed to and doing work
Yeah.
on the forestry industry action plan. I can't give you a date.
Okay, so sorry, just to be clear, do you anticipate it will be before the election, that we would see an industry action plan?
I'd like to see that happen. Work is underway, but I can't commit to a date.
Have the new federal environmental laws, which obviously will phase out all those exemptions of the regional forest agreements, are they feeding into your industry action plan, the future of the industry action plan?
Everything to do with what the industry can look like will feed into the action plan. There's not a phasing out though, so rules will still apply, but whatever arrangements are in place have to comply with the federal legislation. So we're working through with the federal government.
Sorry, when I was saying phase out, the exemptions are now phased out. There won't be any exemptions for regional forestry agreements under the new federal laws. That's what I meant by phase out.
So we're working with the federal government on the work that we need to do in relation to their legislation. We are dealing with the Forestry Industry Action Plan, which is about what the future of the industry can look like. All of this stuff is relevant. The Great Koala National Park is relevant. Anything to do with...
Thank you. Are you aware that as part of the federal government's 30 by 30, they've identified those areas in the far north, which we describe as the Richmond River Koala Parks, national parks, those areas, those state forests in the far north, they've been identified as high requirement under the Commonwealth's 30 by 30 plan and commitment?
Look, I'm aware in broad terms, but that's not... We're not... Our government committed to delivering a Great Koala National Park, and we're doing that. So as far as any other further work or commitments in relation to that, that was what we said we were going to do, and we're getting on with delivering the Great Koala National Park.
No, I'm aware of that, Minister, and that's good work. Can I just ask you in the last second, there's serious concern about the background briefings that were provided to the media outlets regarding the failed prosecutions by fisheries against First Nations people on the South Coast. Did you authorise the backgrounding of media against interests of First Nations people that were being persecuted and prosecuted by fisheries?
I have no idea what you mean by background briefings, I'm very happy to talk about the complexity and the work that we're doing
I'm
in relation
focused
to...
on the unauthorised disclosures.
I don't know what you're going to have to tell me what you mean by that.
Well, so it's clear that there was some level of backgrounding to media outlets.
How is it clear? What are you referring to?
Because of the information they knew about prosecution matters.
Things were before the courts. That's public.
Material that wasn't in open court.
If you're referring to the most recent situation, that's police. So I'm not sure what you mean by background briefings. Happy to assist and provide information, but I'm not sure what you
I might
mean.
take it up later.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you. Let's just stick with that issue, Minister. When did you first become aware of the disclosure issue that essentially forced the abandonment of that case down on the South Coast?
Which case?
The case of the eight individuals that were due to be prosecuted. It's been in the media. The most recent case that you just referenced, it had to do with police. When did you first become aware of that disclosure issue?
Yeah, okay. So very happy to engage on the issue here because it's a really important one and we're doing a lot of work on it. I'm not trying to be... I'm not trying to not disclose it, but when you say the case, there's been a lot of activity in this space, specifically in relation to any police activities. That's a matter for police, but I'm happy to talk broadly about...
When did you first become aware that the case was going to be thrown out because of this disclosure issue?
I don't know that anything was thrown out. I don't.
Well, the case has been abandoned.
These are
Or
questions for
withdrawn.
police. When did I become aware? Probably when I read it in the newspaper.
Okay. Did the department, Ms. Black, have any advance notice that this issue of disclosure was going to be an issue with prosecutions?
Police informed us, or we found out that police were withdrawing the matter the day they withdrew it.
Okay. Have you been previously aware that this issue of disclosures would be a problem in prosecuting abalone-related crime on the South Coast?
We've got advice about kind of our matters, so specific case-by-case fisheries prosecutions. We've certainly had advice on those matters, but we couldn't...
So you had advice on those matters regarding the issue of disclosure
yes.
on previous cases?
Yes.
When was the earliest time you had advice on that issue? Happy for you to take it on notice if you can't.
No, I don't need to take it on notice. It's been evolving probably over the last 2 years at least, subject to a range of legal advices, looking at different individual cases. So, and also, yeah, every individual case has been subject to specific legal advice. I've been aware of it for probably the last 2 years. And
in you being aware of it the last 2 years, how many prosecutions have been pursued still with that knowledge that it may be an issue? So
we had advice that there was an issue. Some of them were already before the court. As I said, it wasn't at the point... We withdrew matters as soon as, we were of the view that there was no other way forward. We were aware broadly of an issue, but individual matters were the subject of kind of multiple specific legal advices that we were continuing up until the time that those matters were withdrawn.
Sure, Minister, you were aware of the evidence that was put before this committee by your public servants that indicated more than 50% of the New South Wales abalone resource was being diverted onto the black market? Sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
One of the last estimates, your department advised this committee that there was upwards of 50% of the New South Wales abalone resource was being diverted onto the black market. Are you aware of that evidence?
I'm aware of the issue. I'm not sure that I could say... the answer is yes in terms of the broad issue. And I am concerned about abalone stocks in New South Wales. I am concerned about how we are able to continue to manage the resource. And so we're doing a lot of work in relation to this issue.
What is a lot of that? You've used the term a lot of work. What is
Happy to
that?
talk about it.
Can you flesh that out for us?
Yes.
Because to be fair, this has been going on even before cultural fishing provisions were put in the Act. There was a working paper on Indigenous fishing dating back to 2001, so 25 years we've been apparently doing a lot of work on this. We've had 25 years to get this right, and we've had 25 years of, frankly, of failure to get this right.
And people are damaged.
There's a really complex set of circumstances in relation to this. So I'm happy to step through what we are doing. I am engaging with industry and people who hold commercial licences in this space
And what are they telling you, Minister?
Well, I'm engaging with them about their situation in relation to their businesses,
Yep.
mostly in relation to their concern for depleting or at-risk stock numbers. I am also engaging with Aboriginal leaders and native title holders and claimants from the South Coast. I went down to Moriarty to meet with both groups only a week or so ago.
So what
to try to come to a resolution. I'm not sure that this is something that we will be able to resolve completely through the courts.
So what are the commercial fishermen saying about the viability of the industry to you at the moment? Because I know what they're saying to me. I want to see whether it's been reciprocated to you as well.
They have concerns about the stock levels in relation to abalone, the size of abalone that's being taken. They've raised those concerns with us. We've obviously got formal processes for how stock limits are determined. Those processes will continue. We've got industry people who hold licences to do work in this industry. I've established a committee with licence holders, with interested people in the abalone industry and the department to work through some of the issues, concerns, complexities, and work is underway in relation to that. I have also engaged and will continue to engage Aboriginal leaders in relation to native title, which is not us. That's there's federal legislation that is in relation to this, but also cultural fishing. I'm also interested in
native title effectively makes cultural fishing null and void because the proponents that have been before the courts have claimed native title, and native title doesn't have any clauses around limits or sizes. Isn't that correct, Minister? Native title allows them to catch whatever they want in terms of size limits and amounts. There is no controls with regards to that. All it says is they can't sell it.
There's certainly a complex set of circumstances here.
Was that a correct characterisation, Minister, about native title versus cultural fishing?
Some of these things will still need to be, the conversations will need to be resolved. We've not had a situation like we've got on the South Coast in New South Wales before. I am genuinely trying to take a very genuine approach to working with people, including Aboriginal leaders, about working together to manage stock levels. I'm also interested, if we can, in finding ideas that are outside of the square. If there's interest in commercial activity with Aboriginal people on the South Coast, I'm interested in seeing what options we can explore. At the end of the day, the Fisheries Act and my responsibility is in relation to the Act and protecting the resource.
So can I go to that? So you spoke about strategies in place regarding managing stocks. I'm assuming you're referring to total allowable catches, harvest strategies. Would you agree that effective management, such as those tools, depends on controlling total removal of stock, whether it's lawful or unlawful? Would you agree that you would need to know what's going out in terms of the resource, whether it's lawful or unlawful? You need to know the number.
I'm not sure that I would say that it's as blunt as that. We have things in place.
How would you say it?
I'm trying to answer. We've got processes in place. You've just referred to them in terms of total allowable catch. That work, those assessments are done, not based on any other activity, but then experts going down and saying, well, this is the situation, this is now what our advice will be.
What does total allowable catch measure, Minister?
Well, this is
It measures what's going out, or what you can legally take as a commercial operation. Yes?
Partially, what they're looking at...
No, not partially.
Sorry,
that's
that's
exactly what a
outcome.
total allowable catch is.
That's the outcome. We're talking about... there's two parts to this. The outcome is an amount, a limit. The work that they are doing, and that they do on a regular basis, is assessing the stock numbers. This happens for a number of species of fish, and the limits are then allocated. Limits are allocated based on that, and that's how this work is determined. The total allowable catch in relation to abalone has been reduced in the last, I'll check that this is the last year or so.
Because of the illegal take.
The stock numbers, the advice is that the allowable numbers have reduced because there is reduced abalone. I'm not going to necessarily, in a blunt way, say that that's the situation, but I'm engaging with everybody on how we find a solution for a very complex problem for managing the resource.
We'll pick this up in the next round. Opposition?
Yeah, me, thanks, Chair. Minister, you'd be aware that there's concerns in regional communities at the moment about reliability of air service and also the cost. Is that something that's on your radar?
Yes.
Have you been having any conversations with airlines about either entering or re-entering regional routes to help with some of that burden?
One of the things that we're doing specifically, because of course this work is mostly federal government, within the federal government's remit, but I'm certainly conscious of the need for people to have good, reliable options for transport in regional communities.
And affordable as well as reliable.
One of the things that I am doing in relation to my portfolio responsibilities is subsidising airlines who are flying in the Far West. We have allocated money to subsidise routes into some communities into the Far West, and we're continuing to, so that's direct support from the government through the Regional Development Trust. And we're engaging with those communities who are talking to airlines that come in and out of their communities, as are we, for what that might look like into the future. It's not a state government responsibility, but we're still, I'm the Minister for Western New South Wales. I've been listening to communities in the Far West about airline services and other services for their communities, and so as a direct action, we're funding subsidies for airlines to continue.
And with respect, that's sort of not new. That's happened for a while. But I guess I mean in terms of other areas of regional...
It's money coming out of this government's Regional Development Trust.
Areas, though, you've got issues with tourism, with access to other services, with people maybe getting to Sydney for medical appointments and the thing. So appreciate it's an issue in Western New South Wales, but it's also broader across regional areas as well. So that you're leaving to the federal government anything beyond that western space. Is that correct?
Well, you've asked me the question about what we're doing in terms of regional airlines, and I've given you a very direct and specific answer of money that we're putting
for Western,
into.
But more broadly, there's not anything on the agenda.
We're literally putting funds into subsidising flight travel for some towns in the far west of New South Wales. I will continue to listen to communities about the need for other major airlines to continue, and I expect major airlines to continue flying in and out.
But you haven't talked to any other airlines about, coming back in, not far west, but, northwest coast, trying to have a bit more diversification of the market. That's not something that you've been
What do you mean by
engaging
coming back
with.
in?
Well, like for example, we used to have other, Virgin used to go to Tamworth. They don't anymore. So when you don't have competition, that also impacts price and availability for flights. I'm just asking whether you're engaging more broadly, and if you're not, that's fine. It was a genuine question.
I'm not engaging with airlines about adding new routes to their remit, but I do engage with them about their responsibility to continue to fulfil their social licence of supporting and flying in to regional communities. I got the boss of Qantas in when they ended the service arrangements in Tamworth, and where there are things that the state government can do to apply pressure or engage with people about major airlines coming in. Always happy to consider it. I don't think you did anything about
Minister.
Virgin leaving Tamworth.
Minister, have you spoken to the Premier about the need to sign a new bilateral forestry agreement or similar with the Commonwealth before the 1st of July 2027?
We're working as a government with the federal government on that work.
Okay, as a matter of urgency?
We're working on that work.
Okay. Have you released the Forestry Industry Action Plan?
I literally just answered this question.
Yeah, but I'm asking you because I'd like you to answer my questions about this too.
Okay. No, it's not complete. Work is underway to create and deliver a forestry industry action plan that is in reference to what the forestry industry can look like into the future. It's been left for far too long. The uncertainty is very unfair to people who work in the sector. It makes it really difficult for investment. So we've committed to developing a forestry industry action plan to consider what the industry can look like into the future. That work continues. It's underway. Once it's complete, yes, it should be out in the world for the community to consider as well. In relation to forestry, our priority was, or in relation to the things that we needed to do in this sector, we made a commitment to establish a Great Koala National Park. We're getting on with doing that. That has had implications and ramifications for the industry in that part of New South Wales, and we've been working with people on getting through that, while we're also doing work on an industry action plan.
Okay. So thank you, because Great Koala National Park is where I was heading with this. Can you tell me what the total volume of harvestable timber locked up in the proposed national park currently is under the timber harvesting moratorium?
I'll take that on notice, and I'll try and come back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. There's also concerns, Minister, more broadly about some of the impact in that part of the state with the koala park, particularly around four-wheel drive dirt bike and mountain bike industries, which is obviously a very big part of that regional economy and tourism. Can you guarantee that four-wheel drive users, dirt bike riders and mountain bike riders will have full unrestricted access to all existing trails and fire roads within the Great Koala National Park?
That's absurd.
So the state forests are used for a number of uses, and you've just pointed out a few of them. The State Forest Estate is there for people to enjoy, as well as for the resource, and those activities can occur and do occur in state forests, and I know that people who participate in those activities very much enjoy them and are very passionate about it. I certainly know that. What we're creating on the North Coast is a national park. That sits within the remit of the National Park Minister. At the moment, those things are not things that you can do, as I understand it, in national park legislation, but how the park is established at the next level is, those are questions for the Environment Minister.
Okay, so you have no input, despite the impact that could have on regional tourism and that community, that part of the Mid-North Coast, if these activities are no longer allowed to occur. Not your problem or remit. You don't have a view on that?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I have acknowledged that those things are activities that people take.
What are you doing then to advocate
that people are very passionate about and that people like to spend their time doing? Very much acknowledge that. Those are things that people who live in the local community enjoy doing. Those are things that tourists like to visit forests to do. As we go through the very complex work carefully and methodically of setting up this park, we are also looking at these issues, and allocating financial support to industry to create new opportunities for the community in that part of the state. There's $6 million available for supporting the growth and opportunities that might come from this. There are a number of mechanisms for all of these things to be considered. There will still be state forests for people to do those activities, specifically in relation to what will or won't be involved in the national park once it is a park, which, by the way, in order to create it, has to go through the parliament. There's legislation involved, so people will be part of this conversation. All of this work is being done carefully. We're considering and listening to stakeholders, to sporting groups, to tourism groups. The forestry industry itself fits within my responsibilities as Agriculture Minister, but I'm the Minister for Regional New South Wales. I want to make sure that we've got opportunities for tourism and these kinds of activities across the state for people to enjoy.
Okay, thanks, Minister. You said that there's a lot of, behind the scenes and work happening in terms of the planning for the park. Have you undertaken any risk analysis or contingency planning in the event that carbon credit revenue does not materialise as expected, and particularly, I guess, with your role as the Minister responsible for forestry?
I have not.
Okay, do you intend to do that?
Well, those things are being worked through. So there's
But if you're not doing that as the Minister responsible and supposedly sticking up for the timber industry, who's doing that work?
I am sticking up for the timber industry. There will continue to be a forestry industry in New South Wales. We're coming at this, like I do with this whole portfolio, which is full of complexities and opportunities from a whole different number of perspectives. It's not a straight line or a one-size-fits-all. We're trying to create opportunities for regional New South Wales. We said we would create a Great Koala National Park to protect koalas. We're going about doing that. There is an impact on the industry. We're financially supporting people to deal with the ramifications of that. We're engaging with businesses that are downstream that are impacted by that with financial support. We're working with industries that have nothing to do with the forestry industry to look at what opportunities will be created as a result of the creation of this park, and tourism opportunities. We are working on a forestry industry action plan so that work that should have been done decades ago can be done to inform the community about, and the industry and everybody about what an industry can look like into the future. It's very complex, but that's what people expect a government to consider. All of these things are part of a conversation, not just in relation to the creation of this park, but also opportunities for regional New South Wales.
Minister, Minister, will the plan of management for the national park be completed before the park is gazetted, or before the next election at least?
I couldn't give specific dates. I've just indicated that there's a whole heap of work that we're working through carefully in relation to this. I'm not in a position to lock into dates at this point, but we are talking to people about the work that is being done.
Isn't that another portfolio?
As people would expect.
Minister, does selectively harvesting timber have any impact on koala population?
Sorry, I missed the question.
Does selectively harvesting timber have any impact on the koala population?
Selectively harvesting timber is how the forestry industry works. There has been a significant threat to koalas, full stop, across New South Wales for a range of reasons.
Yeah, so and I'm asking specifically about does selective harvesting timber have any impact on koala population?
We're doing work on protecting koalas in a range of ways. I'm not giving a black and white answer like I haven't to any part of this conversation. Koalas have been under threat. Koalas have been under threat in New South Wales. That is a shocking state of affairs. Our government, because your government refused to deal with it, our government took commitments to deal with supporting koala populations to continue to, well, not to continue, well, they are now growing, and we're finding more of them around New South Wales, but we need more of them. We're creating as many opportunities to protect our environment so that they can thrive like other wildlife. The forestry industry works very carefully, I know it does, in its selective harvesting work. to carefully check for these things to protect koalas, and all of these things can happen at once.
Yeah, interesting answer. Minister, I want to move you to a different topic now. What grants program fund or budget mechanism was used to allocate $34.5 million in additional funding to the Orange Sports Precinct?
We didn't allocate additional funds to it. This is a continuation of a long-running saga since you were in government. We've continued the project. I wouldn't be shaking my head if I were you, former by-election candidate. Let's talk about it.
Go back. Yeah, let's talk about it. So the original, what was the original budget allocation?
I don't know. This was back in 3 governments ago, I think.
Any of you?
3 governments ago, maybe
Mr.
2 or 3
Bolton
governments
knows
ago.
if you don't, so I might ask him.
We can go into the detail, but 2
Well,
or
I'm
3
asking
governments
him.
ago, on your watch, a commitment was made for a small amount of money to establish a sports centre in the community. From memory, I think it was sort of indicated to the community as a bit of blackmail. You better vote for us or you won't get it. Well, people didn't vote for you.
None of that does you any justice.
And
Mr. Bolt, I just want to figure, how much was the original
as this
commitment?
thing did not develop under your government, the costs blew out. We had to. This is a council project, so the council are responsible for delivering it. But because it is so important to the community, we have continued with funding this very important set of facilities
So
in
just
Orange.
discussing your budget,
We've been working. It's a project that the council are responsible for delivering, and we've continued to fund that project because it's important.
Sure.
Should have been delivered before now under your government.
If I wanted to, Mr. Bolton, he knows if you don't, Minister, the original commitment to that project. Do you have those figures, Mr.
Yes,
Bolton?
Ms Mitchell, the original figure was $25 million.
Okay, and what's the current commitment?
It's just under. Okay.
No, you can go, Minister.
Just under 60, right?
Right, so there has been an increase. So back to my question, what was the budget mechanism to allocate that additional money? Well, she didn't know the first answer. I'm not arguing the topic.
You were in government.
Yeah, no,
You failed to
I'm
deliver it.
asking you, Minister. There was a $25 million allocation. There is now close to $60 million. So that's an increase. You would agree with that, yes?
It's increased successively because this is 3 governments later.
Okay,
I think it's
so,
3 governments
but
later.
what
Maybe
was
it's
the
4 governments
budget
later.
mechanism, the fund? How did you have that increase in place for this particular project?
I'd have to check the nature of the increases from 3 governments ago until what is currently being delivered in Orange. If you've been to Orange lately, you will see that finally this thing is coming to fruition. So finally there is work underway to deliver a sports precinct that was promised, I think, before even Gladys was Premier. So
that's not right.
Whatever mechanisms there would have been between then and now, there would have been many, including under your government, which failed to deliver it.
So, Minister, you've increased the budget, right? Because you're saying this is an important project that needs to be delivered for the community. What was the mechanism? What was the sort of business case? What was the process to increase that funding? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Previous government.
I think it was the
We didn't
previous
increase
government.
it. This is the money that was allocated by the
Well, you
previous
said
government.
it was $25 million, but now you're saying it's
3
up to
governments
six-
ago.
So now it's
Maybe
up
it
to
was 2
$60
governments
million.
ago,
But you
I
put
can't
no
remember.
additional money
But
in.
successive governments of yours failed to deliver this. So we're continuing with the work. I've made sure to drop. It's not our project. It's the council's project. They're getting the funding to deliver this project. Again, because of these ridiculous delays by your successive governments, even the federal government put in an additional $15 million last year, I think it was, because they needed even more money, because the longer we leave these things, the more the costs blow out. I am just double checking. I don't think we have added additional money, but we have kept the money in the budget that was allocated, and we've been driving progress so that the very frustrated community of Orange can get this facility that's been promised to them
I'm just a bit confused by your answer, because you were saying that nothing happened and then you were talking about more money being allocated. But just to be crystal clear, since you have been minister, there has not been a single additional dollar put to this project by your
I'll tell you what
government.
is happening since I've been minister.
No,
A
I'm
sports
asking
centre
a
is being
really
developed.
specific
Go to
question.
Orange, get in your car and have
I'm
a look
asking
now.
it, but
They're
you've
starting to
just
dig out
said
the
you didn't put
grandstand.
any more money into it.
It was empty fields when I became the
You've just
minister.
said you didn't
You
put
did
any more
nothing.
money into it. So I'm just, which is it, Minister? Are you delivering it, or are you spending the money that was left by the previous government? Because
You
it
didn't
can't be
deliver it.
both.
You didn't
You
deliver
didn't pay for it. You're now just saying you didn't put any more money.
You didn't deliver it. It
So
was just
have
a field.
have you put an additional dollar of funding to that project since you have been minister? Is my question.
We're ensuring
That's
that
not
the
what I
council are
asked.
delivering the project, which is
Have
what
you
you guys failed to do.
allocated? Have you allocated any additional funding to that project?
I've answered this.
Mr. Orr or Mr. Bolton, has any additional money been put in since March 2023 for this project from the Minister or this government?
We'll take on notice, just to clarify, that our understanding is that, no.
Right, so
I've answered that.
Good to spruik, Minister, that you're doing the work that someone else paid
Because
for.
you
so
did
well
no
done.
work.
Can I
None.
ask you a question
Zero.
in relation
It was an empty
to,
field.
you just said before that you're very conscious of supporting regional communities. Waterfall Way, it's been 5 weeks since the landslip up there. Extended closure of that road while the road is being fixed. Have you done anything specifically as the Minister for Regional New South Wales to support regional businesses, producers in places like Dorrigo, Bellingen, Ebor, while that is occurring and given that they are suffering the impacts of that right now?
The government is doing work through the relevant portfolios for providing whatever assistance needs to be provided to in relation to this event.
All right, so do you know, as Minister for Regional, what support specifically is being provided to, say, a regional business in those towns?
I would imagine you had the Small Business Minister here. You can ask the relevant
Well, I'm
ministers.
asking you, as the relevant minister who's meant to be on the lookout for everything that's impacting regional New South Wales. This is pretty big for the businesses and producers in that area. Can you give me one example of a specific sort of funding support program allocation, something for people in Dorrigo, Ebor and Bellingen at the moment with the water?
The government is working with those communities. It's not specifically within my remit.
Okay, but you don't know of even one example that you can give today?
Government's working
the
through-
government. Aren't you the government?
There's a whole range of ministers with different areas of responsibility. Today we're talking about the agriculture portfolio.
Well, we're talking about regional
portfolio.
as well. This is a pretty big one for those regional communities.
Sure.
Can you give me one example of something that's in place?
I've answered you.
No, I just want one example. Just one.
It's the work on this project is not, or on this disaster is not within my remit, but the government is working with people.
Okay, sure.
Ms Hurst?
Thank you. Minister, I'm sure you're aware the federal government has set a target to protect 30% of Australia's marine areas by 2030, and all states and territories have committed to working towards that target, including New South Wales. I'm just wondering what work you're doing in regards to protecting marine areas and any progress that has been made on that in your portfolio.
So I have joint responsibility for the marine estate with the Environment Minister.
Yep.
We have done work on the plans that required to be in place, the future plans that are required to be in place. They were up for review. That currently is sitting with the Environment Minister before we put it out. And
Sorry, is there a timeline?
Review due of the marine estate. There's a 10-year review that's due, and we are jointly working through the terms of reference for that.
Thank you. You said it was currently sitting with the minister, the plan that you've done. Is there a bit of a timeline before that will become public?
I can't give you one off the top of my head, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Minister, as you know, most codes relating to animal welfare in New South Wales are incredibly out of date, which was well before you've taken on this portfolio. But I've raised the example of the Rodeo Code, which is over 35 years old and has never been reviewed or updated. But there are also many codes, pet shops, boarding facilities, for example, that are also decades out of date. What's the current plan to start updating these codes, and do we have a timeline on that?
I can't give you a timeline. We are working on the breeding codes following the legislation that was passed last year into puppies.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking at rodeos. It is sort of partially through the POCTA Act review, but also there are some things to consider in relation to the sector, which are not sort of advanced enough to for me to sort of publicise now. We're looking at it sort of separately to the POCTA discussion, and I want to properly engage with. I've had a lot of feedback on a lot of correspondence. There's a lot of interest from both perspectives. Rodeos are very, very popular in regional communities for people to go and enjoy, but there are also things that could be improved. And we are having a look at that. I indicated this morning my priorities have been doing these things in order of election commitments and making sure that we delivered on what we told people we were going to deliver on. But at the same time, I'm aware and conscious that there does need to be a lot more work done in this space. And it is something that I'm giving active consideration to. I can't give you more than that at the moment, but I'm happy to continue to work with you directly and any other interested people on these codes.
Thank you. When POCTA comes out, will you possibly around that time have a bit more time to focus on these rodeo codes, given that you sort of sound like you've started maybe some of the preliminary work in that space?
Potentially. I'm not in a position to commit. But I can at least assure you it's something I'm looking at.
Thank you. Mr Higginson?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Minister, analysis by the Wentworth Group of concerned scientists has found land clearing is still out of control. You came to power with a commitment to stop runaway land clearing. Minister Sharp said in budget estimates that she's working very closely with you on this issue. Will we see you confirmed, or I think your office has publicly confirmed, that you've completed the consultation on the land clearing code and that you would be strengthening, finally, environmental protections. Do you know when we're going to see those reforms?
Yes. Well, sorry. Yes to the first part. In terms of a date for release, I don't. It's, as you've indicated, I am working very closely with Minister Sharp in relation to our joint responsibilities in this space. And the government did make a commitment to deal with land clearing. We have a number of pieces of work happening and advice coming through in relation to meeting our what we need to meet under the plan for nature within my responsibility.
Sorry to interrupt, I thank you. Will any of that plan require legislative reform?
Regulations have been consulted on.
Right.
So that's
regs, not primary legislation?
For the codes, yes. So that work was consulted on last year. There's a few pieces here. So the codes in terms of my responsibility for the regulatory strengthening of those codes. We consulted on those last year. Those are they're working their way through government for sign-off, and I'd like to have them in place as soon as possible. But there is a range of other things that we're working on together. We've tasked the NRC with doing 3 reviews for us. I have some of that information back, which I know hasn't been provided publicly yet, but all of this is informing the work that we're progressing in this space.
So can you just give us a view, what are we going to see? Are we going to see all of this at the same time, an announcement with the delivery, here's the new codes, here's the regs, this is what it looks like? Or will we just see bits here, bits there? It would be helpful to know what to anticipate.
I'm not in a position to commit to one or the other at this stage. It'll have to work its way through the processes of government.
Do you think that we'll see something in the next couple of months, or do you think we're looking at the second half of the year?
I'm just not in a position to give you a timeline. I'd like to get the work that I've consulted on and the reviews that we have asked the NRC to do. I want that advice, and I want to move on this stuff as soon as possible. As I've indicated with other answers in other areas of this portfolio, unless there's sort of emergency situations which come up all the time, my priority for dealing with issues is based on election commitments. And so dealing with the Part 5A review, the regulations is my responsibility to get done, but in conjunction with the Minister for the Environment. I can't give you an answer one way or another about it, whether it'll be a job lot.
Thank you. From what I can gather, is it correct you are not proposing changes to the Local Land Services Act at this point?
Not at this stage.
Right, thank you. Can I just ask you briefly about a particular operation, the Kaiwarrick Forest, which you and I are both very familiar with that area, the post-logging burn that took place over, and I've asked questions about this in Parliament, but over November 12th to 14, Forestry Corporation conducted a post-logging burn in Kaiwarrick State Forest, formerly part of the Taree Management Area. Was the burn part of a project funded by the Federal Biodiversity Conservation Funds through the LLS?
I might ask for assistance with,
I can come back if that's
notice.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Because the concern really here is why did Forestry Corporation do media saying that it was a low-intensity hazard reduction burn for koala habitat restoration when SO52 documents have clearly shown it was a post-logging burn?
I might ask Forestry Corp to answer.
I will come back. So that's something not on your radar, you're not aware of it.
Oh, the issue is on my radar. I'm aware. I've sought advice. I'm comfortable with where things were at. You've asked me about it in question time, so I'm aware. Not this specific question though. And so we'll come back to you with this particular question.
Thank you, Minister. I have a map of a logging area that I would love to just quickly show you. This is part of Enfield State Forest. Compartment numbers are on the map. You'll see when you see it, it is full of greater glider sightings, greater glider den trees and exclusion areas. These greater glider den trees were found by those in the community who want to find them compared to Forestry Corporation, and presumably there were just as many den trees in the area that's already been logged. Having a look at that map, Minister, how many greater glider den trees need to be found in a logging operation before the Forestry Corporation will concede it's clearly a hotspot for greater gliders, a nationally endangered species, and should not be logged and should remain unfragmented?
What map is this?
You can see it on the top. Surely you've looked at Forestry Corporation maps.
Just in terms of procedural fairness for the committee members, I'd just like to clarify if Ms Higginson is seeking to table
Absolutely,
the document,
and
if so, can we please be provided with copies?
There's a copy for everyone.
Not really fair
it's a
to
map
provide to the
that's
Minister
publicly
and others.
available. It's on every website. It's the most common type of forestry map you will ever look at. It's a harvest plan map. It clearly identifies on the top Forestry Corporation, Hardwood Forestry Division, Harvest Plan Operational Map, Enfield State Forest. Compartment number ENF041, ENF042. The red dots are literally greater glider den trees and the exclusion areas. Where in any of that could you possibly undertake a logging operation? And my question, Minister, is where is the threshold?
Well, there are rules in place for how very stringent, important rules for how Forestry Corporation conduct the work that they do. They are required to do that. They do that. In relation to specifics on this particular area, you're welcome to ask the CEO of Forestry Corporation in relation to it. I'm comfortable that they are doing what is required. A document like this doesn't give any information to tell me otherwise.
It gives you all the
Order.
information you need.
Order. You can pick it up with Mr. Chatterjee in the afternoon. Minister, just going back to abalone, do you accept that Spatial Management Unit 1 is now classified as depleted and Spatial Managements 2 and 3 are classified as depleting? Has that been the advice given to you by the department?
We're having ongoing conversations about
Ms. Black, is that the case?
Yes.
Spatial Management 1 is depleted and Spatial Management 2 and 3 are classified as depleting. Can you also confirm whether the industry has lost 12% of its total allowable catch in 2025 to 2026?
against
Black?
me.
I'll go to Ms. Black, so I think she might have the detail.
Yeah, it was 100 tonne, and then last year it was 88 tonne.
Yep. So is it the case that the government is rationing the lawful sector while the unlawful sector takes what it wants? Is that the government's or the department's approach to managing this fishery?
No.
That is not a fair characterisation.
What would be a fair categorisation of reducing the total allowable commercial catch down to 88 tonnes because at least, according to the former director, 50% of the abalone resource was being diverted onto black market sales? What would be a fair characterisation of how we're managing this fishery or not managing this fishery?
As I've said, it's a very complex situation. This is not this is a situation that has not occurred in this form in New South Wales that I'm aware of. I am working through the issues as carefully as I can with all of the relevant stakeholders. We'll use the tools at our disposal under the law, but I don't think the law necessarily by itself is going to get us to an endpoint here. So we're trying to work with all relevant parties to find a solution for managing this resource.
Can we just go to, I guess, what you've been trying? We had 21AA clause passed in 2009. That still hasn't commenced. That's correct? So
we've been consulting on this widely.
it doesn't take with all due respect, and this is not a reflection necessarily just on you, Minister. It doesn't take 17 years to consult, to be fair. As I said, there was a Indigenous fishery working paper that was done in 2001, so that's 25 years old. We had 21AA enacted, not commenced. We've had 2 trial local management plans, no regulations. Stop me if I'm saying anything that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
What's incorrect?
That there's no regulations in the local management plans. There are regulations.
Right.
Yeah, limits.
Limits.
Yep.
Yes, in the local management
Yes.
plans, but there are no regulations that sit under 21 that govern 21AA.
So it's correct that 21AA hasn't commenced
Yes.
yet. We are talking about 2 related but different issues here.
Yeah.
So under our Fisheries Management Act, we've got...
Am I correct, Ms Blake, that the abalone harvest strategy has remained in draft form since 2015?
That sounds right. I have to
Yep.
double check the dates.
Okay, so we've had various strategies in draft form. We've failed to enact provisions of acts around cultural fishing. We've failed to understand what's going out the door through the black market, or failed to stop what's going out the back door through the black market for how many years?
I don't think that that's a fair assessment of what we're doing. As I said, it's a very, very complex situation that we've not seen before. I'm trying to come at it from a whole range of perspectives. We just did a blitz, for example, on with fisheries officers going into restaurants. So we're trying to come at this from the point of sale perspective. Cultural fishing is a separate consideration to. It doesn't have the cultural fishing regulation won't in itself deal with this issue.
No, because they've now moved on to section 211 under native title as a defence. Are you aware that this is also now progressed and happening in other fisheries? Are you aware that this is now escalated into Estuary General in Region 7? Have you been made aware of that?
What I'm trying to do is find a local solution.
That wasn't my question, Minister. Have you been made aware that these abuses of cultural fishing and native title has moved now into Estuary General in Region 7, and fishermen are reporting to me that they are seeing it happen in marine parks, in Section 8 closures, and in recreational fishing havens? Has your department been made aware of that, or have you been made aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know if the department's been aware of that. You can ask the question there.
So you weren't sent an email by a concerned fisherman in early February?
I would have to check. I get a lot of correspondence. I'm happy to check and take that on notice if that is something that has come through. As I've said, this is something that I am very focused on trying to find an outcome for. Just the last couple of weeks, I went down and met personally, which is unusual for a minister to do, with a number of stakeholders in this space, to personally engage and personally request that people work with the government to find a solution to managing this resource. That could include a local agreement. I can't stress it enough, it is a very complex set of circumstances.
Has the industry asked you for a buy-up?
industry, we are engaging with industry on options for their future. Yes, they have. Yes, people have asked for that. We have set up a committee, as I mentioned earlier. I think I did, maybe I didn't.
Have you asked Treasury for a model of what that buyout would look like or what it would cost?
Work is underway on looking at a whole range of options. I'm not ruling anything in and I'm not ruling anything out.
Would you accept that going to a buyout is essentially accepting defeat or accepting that we failed to manage this fishery for everyone?
I think what we're trying to do here, and I'm stressing this, is find a solution to a very complex set of circumstances.
Would you accept, though, that buying out 1/3 of the fishing space is an acceptance that we failed? In terms of fishery management, we manage fishery as a whole.
There are pieces of federal law, there are native title considerations, there are...
I'm aware of all those considerations.
This is a claim that we've not seen, and I say this with all due respect to everybody involved. I'm trying to engage with every stakeholder involved in this situation, but we've not seen the nature of this situation before. It is a very difficult thing to work through, but I am actively trying to come at this from every perspective that we can as a government to try to find a resolution that is going to, in order to get there, we need people to work with us to find a resolution to managing this resource.
Are you managing your resource, or are you managing your moving collapse? Because the spatial management 1, it seems, it's now depleted. Spatial management 2 and 3 are now being classified as depleting. It seems like we're chasing the collapse of this resource further south. Is that what we're managing?
It's a very complex situation. I'm working through it.
It's complex, but it's also very simple, Minister. In terms of fisheries management, you need to manage the stock as a whole and manage and regulate what's going out and what's being put in terms of recruitment. If you can't control what's going out, regardless of whether it's recreational, commercial, or legal, then you are not managing the resource. That's a very simple thing. Complexities aside around native title and cultural fishing provisions and everything else, fisheries management is very simple in the sense that you've got to manage what's been recruited and generated and produced versus what's going out.
And I'm coming at it from every perspective that I can. We just did a very publicly available blitz at the point of sale in restaurants where we had fisheries officers go through restaurants in Sydney to come at this from the point of sale perspective as well. There is more to come. I'm not announcing today, but there is some more work being done on this that I will announce soon.
On notice, in the last 10 years, how many point of sale operations has compliance officers done on abalone? I know it's been a thing in the past with lobster.
I've got details here of the last 2 years.
I want to go all the way back to when this started to become a festering sore. So we'll start at 10 years.
We can take that on notice. In the last 2 years, we've done 1,530 inspections at the post-harvest.
Specifically on abalone?
We'll target multiple species in our compliance operation. So we're looking for all offences when we're out doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Opposition?
Minister, do you consider the buy-up of national parks in Western New South Wales to be having a negative or positive impact on the regional communities and the local agricultural production?
I think people choosing to sell their properties, and on some occasions they're being purchased by national parks. There isn't a yes or no answer there. That does reduce production, but it also creates opportunities for that part of the state. It's a very beautiful, although currently wet, only a week ago very dry part of the state. These national parks will provide opportunities for people to visit. That is a positive. I have heard from councils and community representatives who are raising with me their concern for change and concern for land being bought out by government, which reduces, councils have put to me, well, that reduces their rates base. I understand where they're coming from, but there are opportunities here for the far west of New South Wales and for beautiful places to be regenerated and turned into national parks that have been sold by people who previously privately owned them.
So do you think those opportunities will outweigh the losses that you've mentioned there about council rates coming out of the area, you're taking families out of communities, you're taking jobs away from locals, you're taking work away from contractors? Do you think those opportunities that you talk about will eventually provide more benefits than what's been lost as a result of this?
I certainly hope that those opportunities are developed. I'm happy to engage with the relevant minister for the opportunities that will be developed in that national park area. That's not within my remit, but there are opportunities, as I said, from a tourism perspective for people to go out and look at that part of the state. I take the feedback from councils and communities seriously. They're concerned about change, and like all change, we need to be bringing people with us and talking to mayors in particular who've raised it, but community members about how what opportunities there are for those communities, even in addition to the creation of national parks in that part of the world. I just met last week with pretty much all of the mayors from the Western Division of Council's organisation. They've got some great ideas for opportunities across the West, and I'll continue as their minister to work through those opportunities. I understand the feedback, but I do think that there's a chance to take advantage of this in the West.
One of the things I'm sure you would have heard from a lot of those people are calls for moratoriums on this until the benefits and impacts are properly understood. Do you support those calls?
I've even talked to people who are selling who say to me, we'll sell to whoever's buying. So I don't think I understand the competing interests and, again, opportunities here, but it's not necessarily a role for government to intervene in when someone is selling their private land to someone who is willing to buy it, even if that's the government. But it doesn't mean that we won't continue to engage on communities about how we can support them, be it with resources, be it with investment. We've invested in childcare services across the West because that was a specific thing. Having gone out there many times and engaged with community leaders, it was a repeated specific thing that came up as a gap in the market, as it were. So that is a specific problem that we've put actual resources into. That's my approach to how I'm dealing with Western communities, and I will continue to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Now, I don't want to get too specific with this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Minister, I think you're Queanbeyan, Ms Lorimer Ward, you're Orange, Ms Bolton, Mr Bolton, you're Wagga, then Ms Black, Sydney,
Yep.
Ms Connell, Sydney.
No, Camden.
Camden?
Is there a question here? I don't really think people should be outing their addresses if they don't really
I'm
want
from
to.
Orange, if that makes it a bit clearer.
I'm from
Mr
Gunnedah.
Hall, Wollongong, I think.
Berry.
Sorry?
Berry.
Berry?
nice.
There, that's great.
It
Mr
is.
Shardry?
Sydney.
Okay. Minister, where's
I'm
the
in
head...
Lismore, just in case.
I
Anyone.
did say-
The regional
thank you,
people
sir.
in the room today.
heard it,
That's
sir.
good.
Thank you, sir.
Thought so. South Gunderimbra. to be
Please.
exact.
Sorry.
Minister, where's the head office of the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development?
There's not a head office. There are 200 locations, 200 more?
Yeah.
200 locations of varying types around regional New South Wales and Sydney. There's an office in the city. But the bulk, 200 offices in different parts of the state that are at various scale, offer various services. LLS are in most places. There are different parts of the department. It's not all consolidated, much to my frustration, into one building in every town. Spread out right across regional New South Wales, as people would expect.
So when did the answer to that question change from being Orange, as it has been since the early 90s, when Ian Armstrong moved the head office of the department to Orange?
The department has a very significant presence in Orange. It will continue to have a very significant presence in Orange. I don't treat this department as having a head office because people are dispersed everywhere around regional New South Wales, and services are provided in various ways through various sections of the department in locations across New South Wales. One's not better than the other. There is a significant presence, but there's no intention to change that. It's a fundamental part of where people work from, but I don't treat it as one is more important than the other. There's also a presence in Queanbeyan, there's a presence in other parts of the state.
When was that change made, Minister? Because Orange clearly was the head office of the Department of Primary Industries. when did it become not the head office of the Department of Prime Ministry?
Well, I don't know what you mean. I don't refer to things as a head office. I refer to this department as having a presence in many parts of the state. There is a very significant presence in Orange, and that's a good thing.
So the Orange was never the head office of the Department of Prime Ministries?
I don't know what you mean by head office. The department's in 200 locations around the state.
So, well, then answer that question. Was Orange ever the head office of the Department of Prime Ministries?
Well, while I'm the Minister, I'm focused on every part of regional New South Wales, and there are resources and locations and staff and resources and officers and advice and support in every part of regional New South Wales. That's something that I am committed to ensuring we keep. Regional New South Wales is very, very big, as I've discovered since becoming the Minister for it. I'm, of course, familiar with it before I had this job, but it is a very big geographical area. It is very diverse. There is not one size fits all, so it's very important that we have people located across the state. That's something I'm going to protect.
Minister, on the 10th of February, you announced $12.8 million for the 25-26 for the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League. Can you give me the breakdown of how much went to each, please?
I can. Let me see if I can find the breakdown, or someone might grab it for me.
Ms Connell looks like she knows.
I can say broadly, if you hold on for
If you've got it there, otherwise I'll try and find it. But
Within
happy to
ballpark,
provide
would be
Another 30 million.
suffice.
I think it's about $3 million to the Animal Welfare League and the balance to the RSPCA.
So about just under 10 for the RSPCA. Minister, in financial year 23-24, they received $20 million. That was prior to you becoming the Minister, granted under the previous government. And that was in response to the Upper House inquiry held in 23. And the next year, and I quote from the RSPCA's annual report, that same grant was reduced by almost half to $11.4 million, while our operating costs continued to rise. To maintain the size of our enforcement efforts, the RSPCA New South Wales Board endorsed a divestment of $11 million in assets to address this unanticipated funding shortfall. Minister, how is that reduction of funding okay to the RSPCA, who are doing a job that they're being required to do so by the government?
It's not true. So let's...
Sorry, the RSPCA are not true in their annual report?
What you've just put to me is not accurate, and I'm happy to go through and explain
What I put to you
why.
was a quote out of the RSPCA's annual report. Are you
It's
saying
not
that's
correct.
incorrect?
And if you let me, I'm happy to talk through the situation and explain the arrangements that we've got in place with animal welfare agencies as a government.
That would be great, Minister. Can you direct that specifically to the...
you got
Yeah, I'm
a
just
minute.
trying to help, Minister. Can we direct that specifically to the quote in the RSPCA's annual report that you're saying is incorrect?
No, I'm saying the question that you've just put to me is incorrect, but I'm happy to explain what the arrangements are that are in place for providing funding to these organisations. Traditionally, and when you guys were in government, I think they were given a couple of $100 grand. 400 grand a year to do animal welfare enforcement activities, 400 grand a year. There wasn't certainty about it, and it was not a lot of money for people to do the work that the community expects is supported to be done. It is right to say there was a $20 million amount through local government, a one-off, that was provided for a range of things. It wasn't specifically for enforcement, although I believe, but you'd have to ask the RSPCA, I believe some was spent on that. It was also spent on infrastructure and different projects around the state. It wasn't tied specifically to animal welfare enforcement activities. One of the commitments that we made at the election was to look at how animal welfare enforcement work is resourced and funded. We have done that. There has not been certainty for these organisations except to get $400,000 a year from government towards that work. Our government provided 11 point something million dollars split between the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League to do that work in the last financial year. I've increased that to 12.7 12.6, I'll check if I'm wrong, I'll come back to you, but it's 12 point something, to the split between the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League to do enforcement work. We've also done, which has been much needed and very appropriate, a lot of work on ensuring that that money is allocated to do specific things. The government and taxpayers, the money we're allocating here is taxpayer dollars, and it is not just a free-for-all to hand over to charities to do with what they will, respectfully to both organisations who I respect. What we have committed to do is provide this funding specifically for enforcement activities. And we've done a lot of work in tightening up the requirements and accountability for how those taxpayer dollars are being spent, what taxpayers are getting for it, what accountability and assessment is done on what the themes. I mean, I've been asked a lot about different things that are arising today. We'll be able to have a better indication of that information going forward because we'll be able to get the data of the work that they're doing. So it's important that we've provided funding to these organisations to carry out enforcement work, which we are asking them to do. But they exist in their own right. They have income in their own right. They're both charities that do great work in the world. Government has not committed to funding their infrastructure or other things. If that's something government wants to consider into the future, then it can. What we said we'd look at is amounts tied to enforcement activities, and we are now, we have data and compliance and paperwork and contracts that make sure that they have to be accountable for what that money is spent on, how many people, what work is done, etc. It's important for people who are very interested in animal welfare and making sure that we're investing in what's required, but also being accountable for what the results are through that.
Minister, can you, I don't expect you to know this, I don't think anyone would, but would you be able to take on notice the breakdown of where they spent that $20 million that you suggested was spent on infrastructure?
I probably could. It was an allocation by your government.
Yep.
But some of the things were rolled out or completed since we were in government. I'm happy to, if I can, yeah, sure.
Right. So in particular, the things not in relation to enforcement that was spent on. So then in relation to their actual quote, where they say that the same grant was reduced by almost half, this has now led them to be divesting $11 million in assets. Is that what you wanted to do to the RSPCA, to see them have to sell off assets to do the job asked of them by the New South Wales government?
What grant are you talking about?
It's not, sorry, Minister, this is not me talking about this. Is a direct quote. The same grant that $20 million came from, $20.5 million came from, was then cut in half according to the RSPCA.
It wasn't cut in half. That was a one-off allocation.
Sorry, Minister. That same grant, according to the RSPCA, was cut in half. And because they needed to continue the role requested by this government, they had to divest $11 million of assets. Minister, what happens if the RSPCA isn't playing that role, the enforcement role?
It's simply not true. The first part of that question is simply not true. A one-off amount was provided to them, and they did a range of things with those funds. Wonderful.
Okay, then have you met with the RSPCA about their annual report to tell them that it's not true?
I've met with them a number of times.
When was the last time you met with the RSPCA?
I've been very clear. I have a lot of respect for both of these organisations.
Minister, when was the last time you met with the RSPCA?
I've been very clear that when taxpayer dollars are handed out to do particular things, they will be accountable for those things being done.
When was the last time you met with the RSPCA?
I would have to take that on notice. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
March last year?
I would have to take it on notice.
I think there was one meeting with the RSPCA last year. So you haven't then met with them to tell them that their annual report is wrong?
Their annual report is a matter for them. I'm telling you what this government is doing. What this government is using taxpayer dollars to provide a service with, and how we are holding them to account to be transparent and proper about the work that's being done for two reasons. First of all, because it's a significant amount of money that is going to organisations to do particular pieces of work, so they have to be accountable for that. And secondly, as we work through what we see as needs for further consideration, potential investment by government, other work that might need to be done in the animal welfare space, the data and the results of that is important. If there are themes, these things will have to now be reported. It'll be available for people to see. And it's a more accountable and transparent system for what people are doing. It is not true to say that their funding was cut. Their funding has been increased for animal welfare enforcement by this government. And we've been very clear about what it is that we're requiring them to do. Wonderful that they received a one-off grant before. They've spent it on things that would have been for. This is now tied to enforcement activities that they account
Minister,
for.
thank you. Minister, when did you decide that the Conservation Hunting Bill was going to pass Parliament?
It's a matter for the Parliament. It's still before the Parliament. I haven't decided. Parliament will decide.
How come 2 months before that bill was even introduced, it was decided not to proceed with the Game and Pest Management Advisory Board?
The Game and Pest Management Advisory Board is in place.
Sorry, it is in, who's the chair?
People, I've just appointed Andrew McCauley.
Okay. So why 2 months before the bill was passed is there correspondence in your department saying not to... Sorry, 2 months before that bill was introduced even, there's correspondence in the department to say not to proceed with the Game and Pest Management Advisory Board because of the Conservation Hunting Bill?
I'm not sure. What I can tell you is that I'm aware there's a bill...
Sorry, you're not sure?
You're asking about internal correspondence in the department. I'm not. If you want to, you can ask the department. What I'm telling you is there's a bill before the Parliament. The Parliament will consider that bill. Everyone in this room who is a Member of Parliament is entitled to present a bill to the Parliament for the Parliament to consider. It has been debated at length. I'm sure it will continue to be debated.
Long time.
In the meantime, we're getting on with doing work
do you
in
still
this space.
support that bill, Minister?
Yeah, will you be voting for that bill?
We've been clear that in its current form we won't be. In its current form.
Okay.
So you've changed your position on that
No,
bill
that's
from when you
clear.
first spoke?
No, that's not new information. We're not supporting it in its current form.
Okay. Minister, what advice have you received from the department about the success or otherwise of a potential bounty scheme?
We're open to, as a government, including hunters in the pest management work that we're doing. I've talked a lot about it this morning. It's a very comprehensive, significant piece of work with a lot of resources invested into it. But there are a lot of passionate hunters who are interested in playing a role, and I'm certainly open to including them in opportunities that assist with our pest management program. The work that we're doing is what we'll continue with. That's the aerial culling, the baiting programs that we've talked about before, but there is a role for hunters. They do this stuff themselves anyway. Open to continuing that conversation.
Okay. Minister, you've crowed a lot about this now increased number. You're killing about 250,000 pigs a year over the last 3 years.
No, that's just from aerial
No,
culling
250,000 over the last 3 years, plus you gave us another 700,000 today over the last 3 years from baiting and stuff. So that's 250,000 pigs a year. The department, LLS's own documents say that to even stop pig numbers from growing, you need to kill 70% of that population. I think you would be pretty confident also to say there's more than 350,000 pigs in New South Wales. So the numbers that you're talking about are not bending the curve as far as pig numbers in New South Wales. What, apart from just sheer numbers then, what is the measure of success when you talk about how your historic wins you've had with pest control since you've been the minister?
There's a lot of work to do in this space. So I'm not here to say, to crow about any kind of success.
You have been, Minister,
I'm
in
here
your press release.
Nope, there's a lot of work to do.
You talked about unprecedented historic success.
Yeah, it's about informing the community. It's important that when we're spending taxpayer dollars on resourcing programs...
Tell us about the success.
...that we inform the community about how those results
Tell
are going.
the community
the other
where
really
you've been
important
successful.
part of that is messaging that these pest animals are the responsibility of landholders to deal with. This is something that government is supporting with resources, and it's essential that I inform the community, in particular landholders who I'm trying to encourage to get involved in these programs because that's in their interest, and it is also in the collective state's interest to deal with this significant issue. So it's important that we're informing people with information where we can, But I'm not stopping there. I've been very clear. Work will continue. I've asked the Biosecurity Commissioner to have a look at those results to see where we should be spending money while the work continues. We're looking at incentives for landholders to get involved. We've set up a compliance unit to deal with people who won't. I'm coming at it from every perspective.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just conscious that we've got to divvy up the remainder of the time. Minister, I've just got one very quick question to you. Can you explain to me why the BDO socioeconomic impact reports on commercial fishing are no longer being made public? I'm aware that the latest one has been presented to Comfish. I'm just wondering why they're not being made public anymore.
I don't think that's an active decision that I've made.
It will be soon.
It will be soon. But you don't have an exact time frame for when that will occur.
I'd say this month.
This month. Okay, just quickly, can you tell me what the total funding will be for this recreational fishing action plan that you've just announced from 2026 to 2031?
Well, sorry.
Yeah, what will be the funding attached to that plan, and will it be coming straight from the Recreational Fishing Trust?
It's out for consultation. So we're working through. It's been working through the processes of the fishing sector, and people have been doing work on it. It's come through to me to consider. I really appreciate the ideas that people have got about how we can improve fishing opportunities in New South Wales. We've now put it out for consultation. I want to say we did that last week, and it's open for a month or so, maybe more. I want feedback.
But we don't have any funding attached to it.
Well, it's out for consultation. Okay. So once we get that through, I'm very keen to engage with people about providing more opportunities in the space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, the Labor government made an election commitment to implement the national poultry standards, including the phase-out of battery cages. Can you give me an update on where the work's up to in adopting those standards into legislation here in New South Wales?
So we've done the first part through so we are committed to adopting those standards, as are the rest of the country. Mm-hmm. The first part of the work was completed when we did the review of the regulation, the POCTA regulation, which was last summer. So we've done that part. We are in active consultation now with industry about the next stages for that. Mm-hmm. And I'll be hoping to proceed with a bit more certainty for people post that consultation. We've talked about 2036. This is something that needs to be looked at from a broader perspective than just standards, though. I mean, the two major supermarkets committed to phasing out non-free-range eggs by last year. They've both now reneged on that commitment.
Can I can I just confirm from you, Minister, that Labor won't be going backwards in relation to those national standards, that you won't be delaying the phase-out dates themselves that were decided nationally?
Well, the dates weren't decided nationally. Everyone has committed to meeting the standards. New South Wales didn't agree to the dates until we were ready to agree to the dates, because my interest is looking after what we need to do in New South Wales with respect to other states and territories. But we are now saying 2036 is where we're headed. We're in active consultation with industry about that now.
Thank you.
Opposition.
Minister, the People Matters Employment Survey this year, which we have touched on before, the results certainly aren't great. The graphs look like a fun park with water slides, everything trending down. One thing moving up is when you look at people's intention to stay and their reason for leaving. The one that's up 10% is people's intent to leave because senior leadership is of poor quality. Minister, these people intending to leave, this massive increase of people intending to leave because of the poor quality of the senior leadership, are they referring to you or your executive team?
I don't deal with the internal workings of the department, and I know you've tried to make this a thing. I don't deal with the internal workings of who fits where inside of the department. I do acknowledge the survey results, and this is something that happens across government. Some of the results in the survey in this department are pretty much on par with the average across government, but there are some results that are not good. and that absolutely need improvement. They are particularly in relation to how the change management program was communicated and how that operated, and I absolutely acknowledge that change is really difficult for people. That feedback was certainly provided. And the other thing that really needs improvement is people feeling confident, came through the survey results, that people need to feel confident that the department's leadership are going to listen and act on those concerns, as they should. This is a matter for the department, but I have instructed the Secretary, I've written to and instructed the Secretary to put a plan in place for improving those results that do need improving in terms of communication with staff and having staff feel like they're an important part of the work that the government does, particularly in relation, and that they're heard and that there's a process in place for making people feel as though their issues will be heard. I want to say thank you to people who work in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. They are incredible. They do brilliant work in every corner of regional New South Wales and beyond. I am very proud to be the minister in these portfolios, and I'm very proud to be the minister that is responsible for this department. There are improvements to be made, there's no question, and we're trying to modernise and work with it. But I've instructed the Secretary to improve those results. And again, let me take this opportunity to say thank you to many of them will be have stopped work to watch estimates. That tends to be what happens. And I really want to recognise and acknowledge the incredible work that they do in every part of the state.
Thank you, Minister. One of the things that is down across the board is the approach to customer service. My senior executives communicate the importance of customers in our work, down 9%. My organisation meets the needs of communities, people and businesses, down 8%. The processes in my organisation are designed to support the best experience for customers, down 7%. That's down to 44%. Noting these are all down on what they were last year, why, under your leadership, and this isn't my view of what's happening in the department, this is internal surveys, these are the people in the Department of Primary Industries are telling us that under your government, the dealings with customers is getting worse. Why is that, Minister?
As I've indicated, it's been a period of change. I've instructed that I've got faith in this executive team that are sitting here. I've instructed the Secretary to put a plan together to address the negative results in the survey and to make sure that people have processes to be heard and feel as though they can be a part of the future of the department. I've got every faith that in this leadership team that they will be able to deliver on improving that.
Minister, will you
Thank
meet
you.
the two
Order.
blokes in a tinny?
Sorry, Miss
Sorry.
Miss Hiddens, a nice try.
Two blokes in a tinny.
No.
That's all, from the Richmond River. Will you meet with them?
I will now go to government for their questions.
Thank you, Chair. The government members are well satisfied by the Minister's comprehensive answers, and we have no questions at this time.
Okay, well, that concludes our time with the Minister. Thank you, Minister. We'll return at 2 o'clock with the departmental witnesses. Thank you. Okay, welcome back after lunch. I just do note that we have some additional witnesses with us this afternoon in our overflow seating area, so just remind you, if you do come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it at the front of the table. And this just assists Hansard ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. We do have one witness to be sworn in, Mr McPherson. I believe you're in a new position, so we do have to swear you in again.
Sure. Mr. David McPherson, Executive Director of Resource Management. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So we'll continue again with questions from the crossbench to start off with. Ms Hurst, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you. If I could go back, Ms Connell, you might be the best one to ask in regards to the new makeup of animal welfare and the structure. Could you give me a bit of a briefing and understanding of what the new structure will look like, please?
Yes, Ms Hurst. So at the beginning of last year, we set up a strategy and regulatory policy division headed by an executive director, and that has three branches which deal with different aspects of animal welfare. So we have a specific branch, the Animal Welfare Strategy and Regulatory Policy branch, and we also have a compliance branch, excuse me, and a licensing branch. So obviously the Animal Welfare Strategy and Regulatory Policy branch deals with the regulatory reform, policy and expert advice issues, but we also have other branches which are involved in animal welfare matters.
And how many full-time or full-time equivalent staff members are within those animal welfare branches in total?
I might ask Mr Day to come to the table. So Mr Day is the Executive Director of the Strategy and Regulatory Policy Division. So those three directors report to Mr Day.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mr Day.
Thanks, Rachel. In the team, we've got 20 roles and currently 18.8 FTE in that team. There's three teams made up of a team that will do companion animals work, or proctor work, and livestock work. A team that will do our regulated programs, which is our animal research, exhibit animals, and also a small policy and project team as well. But 20 roles in that team.
Great, and so they all work full time in the animal welfare portfolio.
Yes.
Great.
And Ms Hurst, just the other bit to add to that is that we do also have a central policy team which sits outside of Rachel's area, and that central policy team is also involved, for example, in the POFTA reforms which are currently being considered by government.
And so that work will be done by the policy team, who will kind of broadly look at all policies under the department, rather than these three streams?
They obviously work together because there's obviously subject matter expertise in Peter's area, but the policy, particularly the legislative side, is driven out of the pre-team.
And I think the other thing I would also add, so you've got a comprehensive picture, is obviously given we've got a lot of regulatory reform going on, we're very well serviced and supported by our legal branch as well.
Great, thank you.
And also just one other thing, we've got a licensing team in another area in compliance, and also a compliance team as well. So that's just purely in the animal welfare unit that I've just outlined. That's just the technical areas and also the policy project.
Thank you. And do they all work together in one office, or are they spread across?
Oh, spread across New South Wales.
Spread across New South Wales.
The bulk of the animal welfare team is in Orange.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, thank you. I also had some questions following up from this morning in regards to the grey nurse shark, and whether there was a DPIRD investigation and where that would be up to. Who would I ask that to?
That's me, Ms Hurst.
Oh,
So,
great, thank you.
yes, we are currently investigating. So, as you know, there's a video circulating on social media. We also have been told that there's another video that Maritime may have that shows the kids releasing the shark alive. So we haven't verified that yet, but that's part of our investigations. We'll be looking into that. Part of our response is, like, we've got regular compliance patrols down in Terrigal Haven area, and we've kind of increased that recently, given the concerns that have been raised. We're also going to be sending our fish care volunteers out and our education officer into the school that these kids go to. We're going to be giving them a bit of a lesson on what the, why greater sharks are protected and what the rules are.
And has anybody been questioned or charged under this particular investigation at this point?
I don't believe so. We have identified who the kids are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've also had divers report that they've seen other sharks with hooks in their mouths. Is that something that's been further investigated?
So I'm aware of a photo of a dead greiner shark. Our fisheries officers went down to where it was purported to have been taken and could not match that photo to any of the kind of surrounding areas. So we don't know where it's come from and haven't been able to verify it, and then obviously haven't been able to trace that to any offence that has occurred. As the Minister said this morning, we do have offences. We do have our compliance officers out on patrol, and we're taking a dedicated focus in the Terrigal Haven area at the moment as well.
Okay, thank you. And just in regards to the whale death at Coaldale, the contractors removing the carcass on the day said that their task was complicated because there was sharks attracted to the area. They thought that the sharks were actually attracted to the shark net because of the whale carcass attached to the net. Is that something that's also being investigated?
I'm not aware of that specifically. So it's not generally the case that sharks are attracted to shark nets. Like, we've got no evidence of that, even if there's bycatch caught in them.
When you say there's no evidence, has there been research on that specifically, or are we just saying that there's not really been any research in that space?
I'll have to check the specifics of that and come back to you.
You could, thank you. And you haven't heard anything about what the contractors were saying in regards to the removal of the dead whale at Coaldale specifically?
It's not jogging my memory at the moment, but I'm happy to check.
Okay, thank you. And I think actually the Minister said it was 6 million that was put into improving shark safety over summer. Is that investment continuing into next summer, or was that just a one-off that you're aware of?
So that was a $6.7 million investment for the current kind of financial year. Yep. We are going through the budget process for next year.
Okay, so that 6.7 was dedicated for...
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
That was, Ms Hurst, in addition to the existing program. So it's 6.7 on top of the existing expenditure.
Okay, thank you. I also had some questions. I was wondering if I could get, and this may be Ms Connell or Mr Day, I'm not quite sure, the Animal Welfare Code of Practice for breeding dogs and cats. I think you gave me an update in the other committee, but I was just wondering whether there was sort of further updates as well in regards to where we're going with that, particularly within this portfolio.
Well, I mean, the work we're doing is updating the breeding code itself. It's being done in two bits. First bit of work is the actual definitions to align with the changes made on the puppy farming amendments, and then more broader changes. But that work, as I said on Friday, should be done. We're aiming to have that in place by the middle of this year, and then we'll be working very closely, obviously, with Office of Local Government to roll that information out. That will obviously be of interest to large breeders, but also to anyone who breeds dogs, that they will need to comply by 2029. And so that between now and those dates, we'll be doing a lot of social media, a lot of engagement, education with that sector.
Great, thank you. And in regards to the Australian Animal Welfare Standards and Guidelines for livestock at sale yards and depots, my understanding is that it was finalised in 2018 but hasn't currently been adopted. I'm just wondering why that was finalised in 2018 but hasn't been specifically adopted, or if there's further work going on in that space.
I wouldn't take it on notice.
Okay, thank you. Mr Day, at the last estimates you told me that your advice from industry is that 97% of lamb procedures are done using pain relief. I'm just wondering who from the industry supplied you with that specific information?
That came from the 2023 Australian Bull Innovation and Meat and Livestock Australia National Producer Survey.
And was that a New South Wales figure or an Australia-wide figure?
I would suggest it's Australia-wide, but yeah.
That's an Australia-wide figure. Can I just get you to confirm or notice?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. And so those figures were from industry based on self-reporting, is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That would be my understanding.
Thank you. Do you have any details on the kind of pain relief that is being used and whether that's multimodal pain relief?
It would vary, but there are a number of things like lidocaine that's available over the counter now, so that is used. And there are a couple of pain relievers that can be applied. All have different use parameters, and so that would have to be taken into consideration by the farmer. And then, depending on the age of the mulesing, it might then require more stringent pain relief as well.
And when you say that 97% of producers are using pain relief, did that figure cut down in any kind of way multimodal pain relief versus any other type of pain relief?
Oh, we need to take that on notice in terms of what the survey said.
Okay, thank you. And if it does, if you could tell me what that breakdown is, that'd be great.
Thank you. I might just continue questioning you around the abalone issue. Is that best put to you, Ms. Black?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. So I put this question to the Minister and didn't really get a clear answer, but harvest strategies, recovery strategies, total allowable catch determinations are on an assumption that removals outside of the commercial sector are limited, regulated, or at least quantified. That's correct?
I'd say that's generally true.
Yep.
But as you were kind of getting to this morning, we've got the Commonwealth Native Title legislation. Section 211 allows native title holders to fish for their personal, domestic and non-commercial communal use without a limit.
Yes.
So that's the Commonwealth law and we've got to fall in with that. So this is not New South Wales laws that are dictating here.
Sure. But would it be fair to say though, if there is significant unregulated take, no matter which way it's coming from, then the scientific basis of those harvest strategies, those recovery strategies, those total allowable catch determinations, that can be compromised if there is significant unregulated take?
This is the reason why we do the estimate of the illegal, unreported, unregulated catch. It's to support the commercial catch data that we have for abalone. So, as you know, it is an issue. It's not all illegal. It includes unreported and unregulated as well. And the whole reason why we do that estimate, which isn't perfect, there's uncertainties with the data, is to support the decision that the Total Allowable Fishing Committee makes about what is happening with the resource and setting an appropriate quota in light of that IUU that's occurring.
Now, in previous estimates, the former Director Sean Sloan referenced 50 tonne. What is now the best estimate of IUU for abalone?
Last year it was 30.
30.
We're currently going through the process of doing this year's estimate.
Okay, when do you think you would have this year's estimate?
I think it's this month that the TAF committee has its meeting, so we're getting it ready for that.
Is that reported publicly after it's determined?
Yes, yes it is. It's part of the TAF committee report.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that the removal of juvenile abalone is fundamentally inconsistent with stock recovery?
We have a minimum size limit for that reason, yes.
Yep. And have you received reports of juvenile abalone being taken under the assertion of cultural fishing rights or Section 211 native title rights?
So just to clarify, cultural fishing under the Fisheries Management Act is quite different to native title. So we do have regulations in place under the Fisheries Management Act, under the interim access arrangements that do put limits on Aboriginal cultural fishing, different from native title holders, like what we've got on the South Coast, where, as I said, under Section 211, in certain circumstances, there are no limits that apply if they're fishing for a personal
Okay,
reasons.
so can I just limit it to then native title then? Have you received reports or uncovered juvenile abalone being allegedly taken under native title?
We've certainly had prosecutions and fines in the past for that behaviour. I'd have to take on notice the specifics of details of how many.
If you could take on notice how many you have, cases you've had, and how many have been successful in prosecuting.
Yep. Could you provide a time frame, please?
Let's say the last 3 years.
Sure.
We'll start with that. You've answered that part. Would it be fair to say that the share managed fishery model is based on secure access to shares and predictable stock management? Would that be a fair assessment of how our share managed fishery works?
I'd say that's broadly fair, and at the time that the Abalone share managed fishery was set up, we didn't have a native title claim on the south coast, so those are
But it was the original share managed fishery, isn't it? That's my understanding. It was
been in place for a long time. I'd have to check if it was the.
I think it was that,
first
or the
one.
lobster was. I think they were the 2 original
Maybe.
share managed fisheries before we had the 2017 reforms. Would it be then fair to say that if we have significant removals of stock outside that share framework, that then that erodes, I guess, the integrity of our share managed fishery system?
We're doing a review of the management framework at the moment. Industry's obviously raised concerns directly with the Minister, and we're in constant discussion with the abalone industry at the moment.
But more broadly, because I put to the Minister that this is now occurring in other fisheries as well. I referenced Estuary General in Region 7.
I think you mentioned a piece of correspondence that I don't believe I've seen. We'll have to have a look.
Yeah, I can give you the dates of when it was sent to senior compliance officers. There was three letters sent to senior compliance officers, and then there was another.
I wouldn't say that what's happening with the abalone industry and abalone resource is applies to our other fisheries, in the same way. It's particularly acute with the abalone industry.
Agreed, but if we don't get a handle on the abalone industry and come up with a solution, then it stands to say that it could potentially spread to other.
As the Minister
fisheries.
said this morning, it's not straightforward. It's very complicated. We've got multiple pieces of Commonwealth legislation, our own Fisheries Management Act. We've got a current native title claim that's before the federal court. So all of those things make this very complex. We are trying to do everything we can to protect the resource. That's our ultimate goal under the legislation and our responsibility. So we're doing the review of the management framework for abalone at the moment. Part of that is, potentially giving consideration to a buyback for the abalone industry. We're also doing compliance at the, post-harvest at the purchase side. We're also looking at strengthening. Minister recently made an amendment to the fisheries management regulation to strengthen the rules around the illegal purchase, and we're looking at further legislative amendments as well. They're not a silver bullet. I don't think there is a silver bullet in this situation, but we are doing what we can to help our fisheries officers better enforce the rules that we have, but also to support the industry through the complexity. And we're also in discussions with the native title holders as well, who also have a shared interest in preserving the future of this resource for future generations. So we've all got the same goal, but there is a lot of complexity with the federal court cases.
Well, I would argue that most of us have the same goal. I think there are probably some unscrupulous people that are doing the wrong thing that is hurting everyone else. I think we could probably agree.
Yeah, and that's the conversation that we're working through with the native title holders as well.
Yeah, and can I just go? You mentioned further legislative amendments or changes. What powers are you looking at giving to fisheries officers to better support them in their role? Because we know this black market sales is happening behind closed doors. It's not widely advertised. We see some of it appearing on Facebook Marketplace. What extra powers are you going to give fisheries officers so they can crack down on this?
Yeah. So it's probably premature of me to give you details. It hasn't been to Cabinet yet. But we did commission, or the Minister commissioned, an independent review of Fisheries Officer powers about 18 months ago. And so we've got that report. The Minister has approved us reviewing Part 9 of the Act, which is where most of the Fisheries Officer powers sit. And that review did identify, it did an interjurisdictional comparison and a comparison to other resource management regulators, and has made some recommendations about where there's some differences between the powers that our fisheries officers have.
Would that report be able to be made available to the committee, or is it cabinet in confidence?
I think it will likely support the cabinet discussion, but probably once it gets, that would be a matter for cabinet to decide whether to make it public.
Okay, thank you. Just in the 30 seconds I've got, can you, just with the game licensing unit, can you tell me what the current operational budget is for the game licensing unit, or whether that is subject to current review?
Yes, so we don't have a game licensing unit anymore. It's now called the Hunting and Plantation Regulation Team.
Okay.
So there's a small plantation regulation function that's been added to what was the game licensing unit.
Yep.
This year, the budget is $7.8 million. So that's its total operating budget.
Okay, so that covers compliance of game licence unit plus
Correct.
plantation.
Correct.
Yeah, education, all that sort of
Yes.
stuff. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Opposition?
Chair. I'm going to move around a few different things, but I do say it depends how far we get. Ms Zaba, I dare say some of these will be directed at you if you'd like to take the time to make your way up to the chair now. Might save some time later on. The biosecurity compliance team that has been established, is that Ms Connell or you, Mr Orr?
Ms Connell.
Yes,
Okay. So this is 6 new people. Are they yet in place?
And Mr Day will take part of this. So,
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
yeah,
I think you could probably come up into this swivel chair if you don't mind being a bit closer to the government.
There's no microphone there, Chair.
Oh, there isn't. Oh, there isn't. Oh.
Sorry, are those 6 people now in place?
No, we're still currently recruiting for those roles. We've put 2 in the team to get it started. They're based up north, but we've got an advertisement out at the moment that is closing for the manager, and also the advertisement's going out for the other staff as well.
So the structure of that, then there's one manager, and then
there's one manager, 4 investigators, and a like a data systems officer.
Okay, and those 4 or the 5 will be authorised officers under the biosecurity?
The 5 will be authorised officers.
How come, and I'm following on some earlier questions, how come a new compliance team is being established when this is clearly the role of local land services?
No, this team will have responsibility across biosecurity, and it very much fits within the recommendations that came out of the both the NRC report and also the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner into Pest and Weeds, but more broadly in the biosecurity in terms of compliance itself. It's a specific investigation unit that will do those more complex, more time-consuming matters that come our way. So it'll complement the current compliance activities that we currently do within biosecurity and food safety. We've got a number of compliance officers in that team, but that do a whole range of programs, and this team will very much be very doing targeted programs, high-level non-compliance work, whether it be across traceability, compliance, a lot of border control at the moment. We're doing a lot of operations on the border around reefer and ticks as well, around movements, investigations on properties with any breaches like that going forward, to enable then the normal compliance officers to get back to their normal day-to-day program. So this team will be a specialist team of investigators that will do those more complex cases.
and Mr Barrett, I'll just point out this was made clear in September when the government released its biosecurity action plan. So it is basically delivering on action 2B, which is off the back, as Mr Day said, the NRC's recommendation.
So you mentioned cattle tick there, Mr Day. So does that mean LLS, their day-to-day operation is not to monitor for cattle tick to come into the state?
So the unit that's got responsibility for Celtic is the Celtic program, which is within agriculture and biosecurity, and that's a team within compliance. Generally speaking, they're doing the on-farm work around the treatments, the checking. We've been doing a lot of border operations for over 12 months now on compliance with movement orders from Queensland, for both reefer, but also an increased presence on tick control because they've had more outbreaks in Queensland outside the tick line this year, and we've had increased properties as well. So we've been doing a lot of effort using both our border security cameras, but also border operations with police and transport regulators, pulling up vehicles with stock animals on there for ticks, but also for reefer, it's vehicles that are carting hay and that sort of stuff that are high risk material.
So does that cattle tick team currently sit with you?
Yes.
Or with you? So it sits in with you as well?
Yes.
So it's your responsibility to manage the delineation between this team, the existing teams, and local land services?
Yeah, local land services, where we work with them, they're in the tick program, they will do a lot of the engagement and education. With ticks, they do tick fever investigations, like in terms of through their district vets. But in terms of other operations out there, they're very much, around the engagement education component with landholders, and provides that nice separation, I guess, between that sharp-edged enforcement. Doesn't mean they still can't take action where they need to, but probably more that higher end prosecutions, thorough investigations will be this unit going forward.
You mentioned you've got two up north. Are the location of these people based on risk and demand, or is the location going to be based on the people that you get?
Probably a bit of both. I mean, without seeing who applies, it would primarily we'll be after investigators with qualifications who have done experience in high-level compliance work. Location obviously would probably we'd prefer regional in those hubs, and so you may just send us so that there's a efficiency in travel, that type of thing.
And they're not doing food safety,
no.
Animal welfare, any of that sort of? Okay.
No.
So back to the biosecurity action plan then, Ms Connell. One of those actions, and I'm going to guess 1A maybe even, was the training of the 200 additional staff to participate in emergency responses. How much training is involved in this?
Dr Szabo will assist me with this one, but obviously there's a range of training initiatives that are going on across government. In terms of delivering on that target, I think our number in terms of additional people that we've trained since the report was released is about 94, but as you'd appreciate, there's quite a significant effort going on across government in relation to H5N1, so there's training happening with other agencies as well. But I'll just pass to Dr Szabo, who can probably provide some more information.
And maybe you can you can use some of the follow-up question, is that the people being trained, these 200 people that are being trained, what areas are they coming from? What are their current roles? Are they biosecurity people, or are they people from across the spectrum?
We're looking to get people from across the spectrum. I don't have that precise figure for you now as to those that have been trained already, where they come from, but certainly when we do have a biosecurity issue in New South Wales, it does fall to what we call hazard owners, which sit within my division. Example is the Chief Veterinary Officer. So you would find that there would be people within our Chief Veterinary Officer's branch that would be trained to a much greater depth to be able to engage fully into an incident management team. So the training would be mixed. It would be giving people some basic training, but then also training for specialised roles, such as how to become an incident controller, the logistics that are associated with when you have to establish an incident management team.
So this could be someone from Ms Black's team that upskills to be able to operate in that?
Exactly. It's agnostic to what your specific background discipline is.
Given this was announced at the same time that 160 odd staff were removed from the department, what roles have been taken away from these people so that they're not overloaded with work?
It's something that they do in addition, so they would only get called up if we have an actual incident management. And I'd have to come back to you in terms of the precise time commitment given an individual would have to give to have this training.
Because that's additional work on top of their business as usual.
It would be, but at the same time, when we have a biosecurity incursion in New South Wales, it is our responsibility to be able to manage it and to get on top of it as quickly as
And
possible.
priority, I fully
And obviously, Mr Barrett, the department has the benefit of local land services, and there are two other functional areas within the department responsible for emergency management functions. Public Works is one of them as well.
And maybe this is you again, Ms Connell. I wonder if you can help me understand the difference between a review and a technical review when it comes on the new plan to manage pigs in the state.
Are you referring to the
press
Independent
release-
Biosecurity Commissioners?
Yeah, the Biosecurity Commission is doing a technical review, and I just wonder what the intricacies are of a technical review versus the other normal review.
Well, I think the terms of reference speak to themselves. The Commission is going to focus on the technical aspects of the program.
Mr Orr, can you tell me where the head office of the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development is?
So, look, in relation to that, Mr Barrett, I mean, we don't particularly say we've got a head office. We are quite a distributed, in fact, of all the public sector departments, we're one of the most distributed of the lot of them. As you can tell from this group of people, we're right throughout regional New South Wales, some people in Sydney, and we're really proud of that in terms of our distribution. So we don't say per se where we have a head office. I think, if you go back a few years, it was actually in Queanbeyan. Prior to that, when there was a Department of Primary Industries, it was in Orange, but we don't per se say we've actually got a head office.
So when did that change? Because I went to the official opening of the head office of the Department of Primary Industries in Orange.
You did.
I was rereading the article about it in the Land at lunchtime. I just wonder when it changed from being orange to not orange.
But just to be clear, back then it was the Department of Regional New South Wales. The Department of Primary Industries was a group within the Department of Regional New South Wales, so it wasn't actually a department, it was a business unit or group within the Department of Regional New South Wales. And back then, I think the government of the day described the head office of the Department of Regional New South Wales to be in Queanbeyan.
So was there a decision to be in Queanbeyan, sorry?
Correct.
The opening I went to was at Orange, and there's people at this table that were there.
Yeah, but that was, sorry, just to be clear, that was the DPI building. Right, they're different things. DPI was a business unit within the Department of Regional New South Wales. It wasn't the head office for the Department of Regional New South Wales. They were different things.
Okay, can I just let you know that White Pages actually refers to that building in Prince Street as the head office of the Department of Primary Industries? I just wonder when that became not the case. Was it a
But there is no such
decision
thing as the Department
to
of Primary
say at
Industries.
this
The
point
Department
it's
of
not
Primary
happening?
Industries ceased to exist nearly 2 years ago, yet you continue to refer to it.
Do we have any numbers around the budget savings that have come out of the, what did you call it, the restructure from last year?
The change plans?
Yes.
About 22 million.
22 million a year?
Correct.
And do we have a breakdown of where those staff came from?
In terms of each one of the groups?
Yeah.
Yep.
Will you be able to provide that on notice, please?
I can provide it to you now.
If you could table that, I think that would be... Can we table that? Sure.
Yep.
Has it had any impact on the functions of any of the facilities or offices?
So when we went through the change management process, Mr Barrett, we went through a risk assessment. So there was a risk assessment in terms of what the impact would be on the department's operations. So that was certainly considered as part of the decision making. And when we go back and we consider some of the decision making around it, it was very much focused on reducing duplication in the management layer, reducing administrative roles, and also making decisions which were consistent with the O'Kane review when it came to R&D.
Has it made difference to the soil testing capacity at Wallenbach?
Well, yes, it has, because we formed a view that that capability existed within the private sector, and it was costing us money in addition to the fees which we collected to run the facility.
This might be a Ms Lorimer Ward question, or maybe Mr Kelly. I understand that the LLS office in Coonabarabran has been closed now and only available for appointment. Does that sound correct?
I can answer that, Mr Barrett. It is available. It hasn't been closed down. It is available by appointment only, and there are reasons for that. We have had a number of safety issues with community members and general public coming in and harassing staff, and particularly at the front of the office. So the office is fully staffed, covering all of the services that we provide out of Coonabarabran. We do have a sign on the door that says it is open but available by appointment. There is a buzzer on the door, so if you turn up at the office and the door's locked, you press the buzzer and someone will come and let you in, or you can ring up and make an appointment. But what I can assure is it's not closed. It is a fully functioning office and an important part of the Central West region.
Can I just follow up on that? And has that been communicated out to farmers in the area? Because I was speaking to a farmer last week who came, the test kits that are available, I think, to help farmers assess feed and water quality. Turns up there was not a response, but I'm just wondering whether landholders actually know that, because I think the public perception around Coona is that it's not open for them when they need to access it.
Look, Ms Mitchell, in terms of how that's been broadcast, I'd have to take that on notice, but I do know that the team in Central West have communicated within their stakeholder group that it is by appointment only, that there are staff in the office. Now, there will be times potentially that they may be unmanned because staff are away or out in the field or at lunch. That's why we have the sign on the door saying ring up. But if they press the buzzer and the staff is manned, then the office is manned, a staff member will come and attend to them. But I'll take that on notice around how broadly it's been communicated.
I think it would be appreciated if it was more broadly made aware, so I guess that's the point. Thank you.
Sorry, you said staff have been harassed by the public. Is there a particular issue that's this hot button issue, or is there a particular group of people, or what's been done to address that safety concern, I guess, for the staff?
So, one of the reasons we've addressed the safety is having the office available by appointment only when, and it's not that they're always harassed, there have been a number of incidents where that has happened. The staff have called the local police and they have come and dealt with it in that scenario. But until we look at how we can improve it, we have said that the best and most safe option is for the office to be by appointment only.
So my understanding, the safety incidents aren't directly related to service offering of local land services. Yep. It's the location of where the office is.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that, and obviously, nobody wants staff to be put in that position, and I appreciate that you manage that as you need to for them. Is that a problem in any other areas, or is that quite specific to Coonabarabran?
No, it's but we have in the past where we have had incidents that people, some of them are stakeholders, some of them are not, have come in. We will actually implement a shutdown of the office. We do an assessment about the likelihood of that incident occurring again, and then we make decisions about how we're going to support that.
Are there any other offices currently for LLS that are by appointment only, or is that the only one that you know of?
They're not in relation to safety, so we have a tiered system for the way that we open offices to interact with the public. So full service offices that are staffed by customer service officer staff, they will be open to the public for normal office hours, 8:30 to 4:30. Then we have offices that they may only have, like the small offices that may only have a couple of biosecurity officers or an NRM staff member. They're available by appointment only in that scenario.
But that's pretty standard.
It's a standard process. In terms of are there any other offices that are currently closed because of safety standards? No. There have been periodic for a day or two or a week at a time, but not for that reason. No.
Okay. I'll give a shout out to the Gunnedah staff. I was in there not long ago and they did a great job. So there you go.
Thank you.
Ms Zabo, because I did ask you to come up, can you just reconfirm for me that we're not looking at any changes to the foot rot program over the next 12 months?
We have actually had a look at the foot rot program and to look to see how it could be improved. You might be aware that that program's been running since 1988, when we had about a prevalence of 8% foot rot in the state, with the aim of that program to bring it down to less than 1%. It's been very successful in doing that. That was achieved in 2009. It's a program that's managed by DPIRD, the Agriculture and Biosecurity Group, but it's implemented by LLS. We have had some comments coming from producers and industry telling us that the program is inflexible in its current form and it is concerning for them. There's also a government and industry steering group that oversees the foot rot program. So some of the potential changes that we could make to it is looking around at present. It's compulsory if a farm is declared having foot rot, that eradication is compulsory. The animals must go directly to slaughter, and there has to be then ongoing monitoring until the property is cleared, and this can take some time. And that's the concern that industry has come to us, and they've said, is it at all possible to make it a little bit more flexible, given that foot rot in terms of a disease and its virulence is broad spectrum. It can be benign right down to highly virulent. So some of the things that we're going to have a look at is to consider that low to high virulence aspect of it. This would always be done under the control of a vet, and most likely under the control of one of the LLS vets. So if it were low virulent, potentially looking at something like foot pairing or bathing. If you've got something that's highly virulent, still looking at what is currently done, which is sending those animals to slaughter. Would remain a notifiable disease, would still have that target of having less than 1% in the state, and would be monitored.
How detectable, like how easy is it to tell the virulence of this, like benign versus virulent foot rot for a farmer?
Difficult for a farmer. That's why farmers are always encouraged to make the report. Has to be diagnosed by a veterinarian. So a private vet can make that diagnosis, but then it needs to be reported to a veterinarian that is an authorised officer under the Biosecurity Act. It can be supported with testing, and we have got some research in place where we're trying to look at the different strains to make that determination around virulence.
And who is industry when you talk about that?
The industry was those that were members of the Foot Rot Steering Committee, but also there's the Wool Producers Australia, the Sheep Producers Australia, the Australian Wool Innovation, Australian Livestock and Property Agents Association, the Australian Veterinary Association, their sheep and goat veterinarians, and as well as the Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Animal Health Australia.
Thank you.
Ms. Oxt.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just got another question for Mr. Day. Apologies if you can come up. In other states, such as Western Australia, their equivalent of DPIRD has recommended a multimodal approach to pain relief. So, combining the local anaesthetic with a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. And they say that that's best practice in reducing pain associated with the procedure. And while I appreciate pain relief is not currently mandatory in New South Wales, does DPIRD share the view that multimodal pain relief is in fact still best practice?
I'm not the technical person, but I would certainly have to take that one on notice in terms of the actual technical advice, but it is something that we're aware of, and we are looking at it from a point of view of some of the work we're doing now through some of the reviews.
Okay, thank you. I've got some questions in regards to Mr. Daniel Brighton. I think they might be best for you, Ms. Connell, but happy to be directed anywhere. I have a copy of a letter from the department to HOSCOM Pty Ltd dated 1st of May 2024, which states, and I quote, "It is alleged that the authority holder, HOSCOM Pty Limited, has knowingly caused or permitted Daniel Brighton, a prescribed person having been convicted on a serious animal cruelty offence under Section 530 of the Crimes Act, to work with or care for an animal exhibited under the authority." Could I get someone to advise on the outcome of this investigation and whether charges were laid or what's currently happening?
Yes, if you'd like to provide us with a copy of the correspondence, we're happy to come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I might give a copy of that correspondence. While I'm giving you a copy of that, I also have a copy of another document too, which if you can get some advice for me for this afternoon as well. Concerns have been raised with my office that Brighton-related entities are advertising Certificate 2 and 3 training courses on their Facebook page. And if Mr. Brighton is involved in this training, he would obviously be interacting with animals again, particularly if students are doing assessments. Is that something you've had complaints about, or is that something you can confirm that he's not involved in?
Not that I'm aware of directly, but we'll take that one on notice and come back to you as well.
This afternoon. Great, thank you. And I'll probably come back with some more detailed questions if you can find on both of those. That would be fantastic. I've got a couple of questions in regard to research institutions. I'm just wondering how many inspections of accredited research establishments occurred between the 24-25 financial year, and how many of those inspections were announced versus unannounced?
Yeah, I can get that for you. So that was 24-25?
Yes, please.
Mr. Days' mouse is working overtime.
There's lots of figures here. In terms of the announced versus unannounced, I would need to take that on notice.
Okay.
But in terms of the actual, the numbers for animal research themselves, so in 24-25, we did seven inspections.
Sorry, did you say 7 or 17?
Seven
Seven?
inspections in 24-25, and there were 4 complaints.
4 complaints. And were there any non-compliant findings reported to the Animal Research Review Panel in that financial year?
Once again, I'll need to take that on notice.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could take that on notice. And also on notice, if you could let me know what categories or types of non-compliance were most common, and what sanctions were applied in respect to those non-compliances as well, if there were any. Thank you. And what's the DPIRD's annual budget for administering the Animal Research Act, including those inspections, any enforcement, but also panel support?
I'll need to take that on notice because that goes across a couple of units, so yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Can you just tell me how that works when you say it goes across a few units?
In terms of, licensing, there's a licence component.
Okay.
There's a secretariat service that we provide also to ARP within the animal welfare unit, and then there's actually 2 veterinary inspectors who are based in the compliance team.
Okay, great. Thank you. I am now throwing to either one of the Greens members who wants to take the last 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'll jump in. I just wanted to ask, it's probably you, Ms Black, I think, in terms of fisheries, or shall we say marine park and marine science and conservation, but I just wanted to get an update on the mainland marine park network management plans. When I'm looking at the when I'm looking at the website, it still says draft. It still has very outdated, as though it's just still, goodness knows, in fact, what's happening. And I'll just remind this committee, which I have before in the past, that I did get a letter from the Minister dated 17th of December 2024, which in fact told me that it had been released. And then I quickly, I think, got a communication saying that was a bit of a mistake. So, is it ready?
It's been completed. The Minister was asked this question this morning. So just to restate, the Minister's response was that that's currently with the Minister for Environment.
I think that was the same response about a year ago, though. I mean, 14 months? Has it been sitting with the Minister for Environment for that long? Do you know when it went to her?
I'd have to take that on notice. I've only been in this role for about 6 months.
But you'd surely know that, though. I know you've only been in the role for 6 months, but you probably know how long it's been sitting on the Environment Minister's desk versus the Agriculture Minister's desk.
I don't. I'll have to take that on notice.
And do you know what the hold-up is?
I don't.
Have there been any requests for additional information?
Not to my knowledge. I think these are questions better directed at the Minister for Environment.
So what is within your department, though, within your area, what work are you doing in terms of regional plans? So at the moment, I mean, it surely it just can't be limbo, nobody kind of doing any work, if you like, and this plan's been sitting with the Minister for that long. So what's the work around the individual marine park plans, which I understand are also going to come out of this process, is that correct?
So there's the network management plan, which I think is what you're talking about before, and then we've got the review of the marine park rules as well, which are due to commence soon. The Minister said this morning as well that the two ministers are currently finalising the terms of reference for that review, but in the meantime we're working with DQ on some of the kind of background material to get ready for that review to commence.
And that's right, those rules which people are very sceptical about. So that's going to be a public consultation process this year.
That's my understanding.
So with a view to having it all done and dusted before the election, or is this going to just roll out into the next election with all of this up in the air?
These are probably questions for government, Ms Fairman.
But again, just in terms of, I know the public service work to a timeline.
Yep.
So is your timeline having those guidelines? Is that what you call them? Sorry, or rules?
Rules review.
Rules.
Yeah.
Those ideally, best estimate or ideal situation would be that that's done and the rules are in place.
I would like that to happen
before the end of the year.
And it's feasible for that to happen this year.
Okay, all right. Now, in terms of compliance officers for, so fisheries, it's compliance officers. We used to have a marine parks compliance officers and separate fisheries officers. I understand it's now the one.
Yep.
Compliance officers. So how was it reported in terms of monitoring and compliance for each marine park? Is that reported separately in terms of the boundaries of the marine parks, the different zoning around compliance issues? Is there a way that you are able to look at how compliance is going within the boundaries of marine parks?
I'd have to take on notice specifically, but I'd say
because you can't see anything online, right? In terms of any of this, it's very difficult to see how it's going.
Can we track kind of offence data by region?
Well, it's more than region, though, in terms of sanctuary
by marine
zones.
Parks? Yes, we'd have that data, yes.
Yep. And do you publish any reports on it, or you've just got the data?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, all right, if you could take that on notice, that would be good. So if you could also take on notice, I think I asked a little while ago, and it would be good to get some updated stats around the dedicated compliance officers and in what regions they are in terms of full-time equivalent.
Yes, I can take that on notice. We do have 2 roles dedicated to marine parks that are open for recruitment at the moment. So Bateman's Bay Marine Park and Port Stephens Great Lake Marines Park. The district fisheries officer roles for those marine parks are open for recruitment.
It's been open for some time, hasn't it?
A couple of weeks.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Black, you may need to take this on notice, but I've had some concerns raised with me by commercial fishermen regarding the weekend prohibition for sea garfish. This was something that was voluntarily entered into in the 1980s to avoid conflict with beach haul and during the peak holiday periods, but has since been extended throughout the whole year. And seems to be operating, I guess, in conflict or not in line with sea garfish now being under a TAC and strict quota management. And the argument is that it's not necessary anymore, and it actually can potentially limit economic viability for those fishermen.
Okay. Unless Mr McPherson has.
I'm just wondering whether there's been any review of this policy.
Yeah, I'm aware of the issue, Mr Bonaziak, and I've been talking with a number of commercial fishermen about this.
Okay.
You're right to say that sea garfish are now under a quota, and that's the best way to manage a species like that. And fishermen are concerned that because they're managed under a quota, they shouldn't be controlled around certain days of the week that they can and can't fish. So I appreciate the issue from their perspective.
Where are we at in reviewing that management rule?
Yeah, it's currently under consideration with a range of other similar sort of rules that may be outdated because of the move to quota. So it's one of a suite of those that we're looking at the moment.
When do you think we'll have that suite of I guess miscellaneous outdated rules looked at?
Yeah, we're in the process of prioritising those right now. We'd hope to go to consultation sometime soon. I can't give you an exact date, but we're certainly looking to move
Within this year, though?
I would hope so, but I couldn't give you an exact date.
Okay. Right.
Yep.
We might follow up later on in the year once we get to that. Are you still the person to talk to about the recreational fishing action plan? Would you be or Ms. Black?
Yeah, I can assist as much as possible. Yep.
Okay. What part of this action plan is actually new initiatives? From my read of it, it's an expansion of a lot of existing programs and a re-announcement of the recreational fishing peak body by the Minister.
It's a mix of new and like you say, refreshed initiatives.
What are the new initiatives? Because I struggled to find any, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll have to take on notice unless Miss Black knows. It sort of predates my involvement in this role. But for example, things like the 50 new fishing locations.
Yeah, well, what's going to class as a new fishing location? Is like don't mean to be facetious, but if you set up a new, if you put out a new temporary FAD, is that going to be classed as a new fishing location? If you put
potentially, or it might be an area where access is difficult at the moment, and providing new access that would mean it's more accessible for fishermen. So things like that.
It could be temporary access like FADs.
It could be, or it could be, building new fishing platforms in locations where it's previously difficult to fish.
Right.
Chair, if I could just add, the Enhancing Rec Fishing Action Plan was an initiative of Rec Fishing New South Wales, the Minister's Advisory Council, so the department supported them to develop it. It's also been informed by the survey that we do of rec fishing stakeholders, so it's a reflection of the priorities of the rec fishing sector.
Yeah, and look, that might be all well and good, but it seems to be just an expansion of a lot of existing programs and not a lot of just new stuff, I guess, or new initiatives.
As the Minister said this morning, it's still draft and out for public consultation until the 24th of April. But once finalised, it will help guide the department's funding priorities for rec fishing. The Rec Fishing Trust, as you mentioned this morning, will be part of that, but potentially other funding sources as well. So it gives us a good strategy for what the priorities are, and we can try and target some additional funding as part of that as well.
Sure, thank you. I'll throw to Ms Higginson.
Thank you very much. I have some questions for you, Mr Chowdhury, I think, unless Mr Orr, you want to direct them. I would like to find out about the Kaiwarrick State Forest burn, and specifically, was the burn part of a project funded by Federal Biodiversity Conservation Funds via the LLS?
So yes, I can probably take that question, Ms Higginson. So first of all, a couple of things. The Kaiwarrick State Forest was severely impacted in the 2019-2020 bushfires.
I'm aware of that.
And we had a recovery project that commenced in partnership with the LLS in 2020. So funding of about $150,000, I understand, has been administered by the LLS under the Australian Government's Koala Conservation and Protection Program, and Forestry Corporation is also contributing to that.
So what work was done immediately before the burn to identify if there were any koalas in the area?
So, Ms Higginson, we undertake burns to reduce the fuel load in the forest, and actually I think that you are referring to the burn in November 25.
Yep.
In fact, in Kaiwarrick State Forest we've had 3 controlled hazard reduction burns to manage dense shrub and regeneration since the Black Summer fires. So one in August 2023, one in September 24 and November 25. And as you know, Forestry Corporation is one of the 4 firefighting authorities, so we undertake our planning process to ensure that the burns are carried out in a controlled manner and the environmental...
But it was a post-logging burn, right?
No, not necessarily. It was a burn to reduce the fuel load, as I said. There were areas, obviously, that were post-harvest, but it had other areas that were dense shrub that needed to be treated.
And why was it conducted in November rather than the cooler months? And I note that your staff noted that it would be much safer burning in autumn and less likely to be interrupted by wildlife, was their words.
I think the window of opportunity is always closing on us in terms of when we can undertake the burns, and there's a whole range of factors at play. As I said, we've got highly skilled employees who are firefighters, and they take all those risks into account, Mr. Gibson.
And so, it was the SO52 documents show that there is this big review of environmental factors process that's going on, assessing whether the activity should be undertaken. One thing that I note from that SO52 and those documents is it seems like there was no final review of environmental factors signed off that was included in those documents. Is that something that was deliberately not provided? Was there not a final ref sign-off?
I'll probably need to take that one away to check that, Ms. Higginson, if that's okay.
Thank you. The harvest plan for Kaiwarrick compartments that were logged prior to the burn state that Kaiwarrick compartments 11, 12, clause 62, they talk about coarse woody debris, contains a hollow, must not be removed from the compartment, as there's a record of spotted tail quoll in these compartments. Why was this not included in the review of the environmental factors, given the burn resulted in the combustion of most of the coarse woody debris?
Again, I'm not across the detail of what's included and not included, but as I said, in conducting the burn, we would have looked at a lot of the environmental factors and taken that into account, but happy again to take that away.
Because a post-logging burn would ordinarily be undertaken in accordance with the Coastal Integrated Forestry Operation Approval, yeah?
It does, that's right, but it could also be a review of environmental factors.
Okay, and what determines a ref is signed off by Forestry Corporation, yeah?
Yes.
That's how that works.
Yes.
So is that the reason there would have been a ref for that particular burn activity?
Again, I'm not the technical expert on this, Ms. Higginson, but as my understanding is that for a whole range of factors, sometimes a ref is undertaken. We have lots of forestry operations that are not necessarily harvesting operations that we undertake as part of our responsibility as a land manager under both the Forestry Act and the EPNA Act. So we might be undertaking those operations under the as an REF as opposed to the IFOA.
Thank you. The media, the Forestry Corporation did the media stating that it was a low intensity hazard reduction burn for a koala restoration koala habitat restoration. But all of the images that were kind of shared on social media and from accounts from people on the ground was that it really was not at all a low intensity fire in the end. Are you aware of that?
I'm comfortable that, as I said, our teams undertook the planning and they're skilled at both planning and controlling fires, and I understand that this control burn was carried out as expected.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Opposition?
Yeah, I'll kick off this round, thanks, Chair. I might get Mr Begg to come up because some of this might come to you as well. The Regional Development Trust Fund, going back to the Dubbo Sports Hub project as well, which obviously we spoke about at last estimates too, but my understanding was that the $33 million that came from that was going back into the Regional Development Trust Fund. Is that correct? And I don't know who's best placed to answer these questions. So, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. Has that been allocated to any other projects thus far?
In terms of the total?
Yeah, so we know the 30 million's come out of Dubbo, and I know the Minister was there last week. I think it was a $15 million announcement. The evidence last time was that it was coming back into the fund, and I'm just wondering if that has then been allocated to any other projects now, that 33 million specifically.
Well, simplistically, Ms Mitchell, the funds go into that collective total, and then we've allocated other programs or announced other programs that we're assessing at the moment.
Okay.
There was an example today, there was a $50 million program announced to be funded from the trust, and we've also had other ones since, like the aquaculture program and the agriculture program more recently. Okay,
so of the 400 million is the Regional Development Trust total allocation, is that correct?
Well, 433.
because the 33 is in addition.
Correct.
Okay. So the 433, how much of that has been allocated so far?
Approximately, there's $160 million is invested from the trust fund through programs.
Okay, and does that include the $50 million that was announced today? So
No.
that will be also...
In addition.
In addition, okay. Do you have, and I'm happy for it to be provided on notice, the breakdown of that $160 million under, because there's lots of different...
Absolutely, we can provide that, Ms Mitchell.
Category, so for lack of a better term, in under that fund. Fantastic. And then also, this kind of goes to what I asked the Minister earlier today, but that will list each area where those projects has been allocated to. That's something you can
Yes, we can do that.
On notice. Okay, fantastic. I also, in relation to the sports hub, my understanding is that the Dubbo Council put in a GIPA application for documents in relation to that particular project, but it was refused. Are you able to provide any insights as to why?
I'll have to take that one on notice, Ms Mitchell. I don't have the specific detail of the reason why not in front of me.
Okay. Okay. And then just in relation to the questions that we were asking earlier today about the project in Orange, and I think you were going to go away and see whether there was any other insights into where that was up to and where that funding had come from. Is there any more information you can provide?
No,
on
so
that?
the information this morning was the original amount was 25 million.
Yep.
The additional amount of 34.5 million was provided in 2022, and there was
Yep.
also an additional commitment from the federal government of
Yep.
approximately 15 million, which gives you the total project cost.
Okay. So, okay. No, thank you. That's useful. I wanted to also just ask about the announcement of the different projects today, or the new sort of funding allocations. And again, Mr. Begg, if this isn't you, I apologise. If it's better to go to Mr. Bolton, I'm just trying to make sure I have people here who can answer the questions that I have.
There is probably someone sitting over the back here, Miss White.
Miss White, I'm happy to look. Sometimes it's easier to invite you all, and if it's a chance that you've got to do your email sitting quietly, then good for you. But I just wanted to. No, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Sorry. Sometimes we need a lot of people because we're not quite sure exactly what specifics we're going to need. So, in relation to the announcement for today, that $50 million, and I think it's 3 different programs.
Correct.
That money will be allocated to. Can you just confirm that they are all going to be open for application? There'll be a process for those. Happy
Yes.
for either or, Mr. Bolton, Ms. White?
I can confirm.
Okay. And then in terms of where the criteria around that, and again, I appreciate it's only an announcement today, but when I asked the Minister earlier about what goes to sort of Newcastle or Wollongong areas, and paraphrasing a little bit, but depending on the program and what you're trying to get out of it, is there any indication with that $50 million whether more regional areas than Newcastle or Wollongong will be a priority?
Under the Regional Development Act 2024, there's 95 regional New South Wales LGAs that are typically eligible, which includes Wollongong and Newcastle. There's other different examples of that. So the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund is slightly different, which it excludes Sydney, Wollongong and Newcastle.
Yeah.
But we, as committed earlier, we can provide you the evidence around where the funding's been allocated to date.
Yeah.
And give you a breakdown.
And will that same approach be taken, I guess, for these 3? So there's regional events, community participation, and then the local priorities, but that theoretically could go sort of anywhere outside of Sydney, is that?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to... You go, and then I'll come back. Yep.
Weeds Action Plan, I presume, Ms Connell, that sits with you. The Weeds Action Program, sorry.
That's correct.
Would you be confident to say the last 5 years the amount for that has been 10.439 million every year?
Mr Barrett, the information in relation to funding for the program was set out in a recent parliamentary question, so I'd refer you back to that information. And from memory, that was the figure over the last 5 years, but in addition to contributions that the department makes in terms of supporting the program, and obviously moving from 1 year to 4 years has been a pretty significant investment by the team over the last couple of months. So that's kind of increased the resources that we've applied to the program recently.
So, sorry, earlier you sort of said, yes, it's that 10.439 million.
No, I referred you to the answer. And
answer number 4856 for those playing at home.
That's right. And that answer set out a range of information, which was there was an annual allocation, but in addition to that annual allocation, the resources that the department applied to the program went up and down on an as-needs basis.
So looking at a press release from 2022 that states the amount at 12.8 million, why would there be a discrepancy?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you very much. The other point I want to raise around this plan, so let's call it 10 million for the sake of the conversation. $10 million 5 years ago certainly wouldn't go as far as $10 million today. Is this program still as productive or still as effective as it was 5 years ago, given the real input for it or the real value of it?
We would argue that it's a very effective program. We do a lot of work with local control authorities to make sure we focus on prioritised weeds. We've got a pretty sophisticated platform which sits behind the program to identify which weeds are going to be prioritised, and Dr. Zaba can probably provide some additional detailed information about how that platform operates.
And in the past, I believe that it was sort of overseen by the State Weeds Committee to give that sort of external accountability. Who oversees this program now?
One of the actions under the biosecurity action plan was to establish a state biosecurity committee. So that committee was established at the end of last year, and we also have an internal committee within the department which involves agriculture and biosecurity, local land services, fisheries and forestry. So it brings together the relevant teams across the department that are involved in managing weeds. So, one of the things that committee has dealt with over the last 6 months is the transition from the 1 year to the 4 year program.
What external participants are there on that statewide biosecurity committee?
So at the moment, the state committee, it's only met twice, and the focus of the state committee is we hadn't previously had a senior committee that operated across the New South Wales government to bring together all of the agencies that are involved in biosecurity management. And as you'd appreciate, there's a lot more than just our department and local land services. So you've got to walk before you can run. And it was one of the kind of criticisms that was called out in the NRC report and then the subsequent Independent Biosecurity Commissioner's report that we had quite a bit of work to do to get our house in order in terms of being coordinated across government. So that committee has met twice. One of the pieces of work that's on the forward work program is looking at a review of the state pests and weed strategy. And I think the action plan has that as a critical work program over the back end of this year. And in terms of supporting that work, we'll make sure we set up appropriate consultation forums to inform that piece of work. But what I should say is the first piece of work is going to be developing a new state biosecurity strategy. So, and we've obviously been working with a range of stakeholders to discuss what the scope of that strategy will be, including New South Wales farmers and the Invasive Species Council.
Sorry, I might have missed it at the start. So at the moment, who are the external reps on that committee?
So as I said, the committee has just recently been established. Its principal immediate purpose is to bring together agencies from across the New South Wales government to get our house in order, make sure we can improve coordination across government, because as you're probably aware, one of the key findings and recommendations of the Natural Resources Commission was, we've got quite a lot of programs focused on biosecurity, pest and weed management in New South Wales, but they could be much better coordinated. So that committee brings together obviously the key agencies under the Biosecurity Act, but some of the bigger land management agencies like Transport and Crown Lands, National Parks and the Environment Agency.
But at this point, there's no one external on there.
And we've got a range of pieces of work for which there will be different stakeholders that will need to be involved in each of those elements. So we, as the Biosecurity Action Plan sets out, looking at the state pests and weed plan is one of our pieces of work at the back end of this year, and we'll work closely with stakeholders when we get to that.
Okay.
Yep, no, I can.
Ms. Black, when did you become aware that what advice did you have to suggest that the Private Members Bill, the Conservation Hunting Authority Act, would pass Parliament?
So I don't think it's a secret that the government was supporting the bill when it was introduced with amendments. So it went to Cabinet a little while before that. So that was when I was informed of what the government's position was. We were obviously working or providing advice to the government about kind of implications of the bill to inform Cabinet's deliberations. But in terms of kind of a formal government position, that was after Cabinet, which was just before I think the bill was introduced or debated around that time.
So 2 months prior to the bill even being introduced to Parliament, we've got documents involving yourself talking about not progressing the Game and Pest Animal Advisory Council because of the outcome of the Hunting Authority Bill.
Yeah.
Was that on the advice of representative of the Minister's office?
At that time, we knew it was likely that the government would support the bill with amendments, and we're about to have a debate in Parliament about the establishment of a new authority that would replace the existing board. We could have gone out with an EOI. It takes about 6 months to do the EOI and go through the appointment process. We were concerned at that time that, well, one, it would be a waste of the applicants and the department's time to go through a process of inviting EOIs for a board that at that time it was looking like wouldn't be established. So that was the basis for not going through that process. We've subsequently done that in this kind of second half of last year when it became clear that the authority, the bill hasn't passed Parliament and some time had lapsed. But at the time that the bill was introduced, it seemed like the bill would be passed with amendments.
But this was 2 months before the bill was even introduced. Even at that point, your advice from the Minister's office was not to proceed with this committee?
So I'll trust you on the timing because I don't recall the exact dates. We were providing advice to the Minister and the government around the draft bill that we had seen. I think that's been kind of on the public record that the Private Members Bill had been, the government had been providing feedback, I suppose, on the initial drafts of the bill, and there were things in that bill that the department was strongly opposed to. So the bill evolved over time. In the end, it was still a bill that the government wanted to move amendments on, and that was all kind of on the public record and part of the original debate in around May, June last year, I think it was.
It was introduced in
So,
May.
at that point, as I said, it seemed like a new conservation hunting authority was about to be passed by the Parliament, and we would go through a process to appoint that board or that advisory group. I think would be a strange thing for us to push ahead and fill a board that we expected would not exist within a few months.
And I'm sorry to ask this, Ms. Black, but how much of your other work is done anticipating the outcomes of parliamentary debates?
In this particular case, the Private Members Bill, the shooters were working with the government on, drafts of the bill. That's on the public record. So we would love in the department for all Private Members Bills to be shared with us early so that we can provide feedback on them and get a Private Members Bill introduced. That is something that we can support, or at least is informed by the department's advice. So from my perspective, it was a really good thing that we were able to see an earlier version of the draft bill and provide advice on that. It's not unusual for us to have generally settled on what the government position on a draft bill is before it's introduced and formally goes to Cabinet. And so that's, I guess what has happened in this case, that we knew pretty close to what version of the bill would be introduced. There'd been discussions between the shooters and the government about that. So we knew where it was heading, which is unusual. Most of the time a private member's bill is introduced, we haven't seen it, the government hasn't seen it, and so we're then sort of reacting to what's been tabled in Parliament. That's what usually happens. That's not what happened in this case, and as I said, we would love it if it always did.
The advisory board we're talking about is legislated
Correct.
under the Game and Pest Management Act. Who's been playing the role legislated in that act in the 12 months since this brief?
As you say, it's an advisory board. It provides, advice and recommendations to the minister. The fact that the board, I suppose, ceased in sort of the middle of the year and has only just been re-established hasn't impacted on the department's operations. We're still doing our licensing and stakeholder engagement and compliance activities. And the board, as the minister said this morning, is now back in place. So,
but you've been doing that without the advice of this legislated board.
Correct.
Yeah. Just on the bill and the hunting authority, there was a budget allocation for the setup of that. I think it was 8 million.
7.9
yeah, 8.9
over 2 years.
Where's that money now?
It hasn't been spent.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the Premier's made some public commentary around not proceeding with that any further. And I appreciate it's not your role, Ms Black, to answer questions about government, but obviously their position on that part of the bill has changed from when you were doing that earlier work to now. So will you be able to keep that money and redirect it to something else?
Probably the easy answer, Ms Mitchell, would be they'll be sort of determined through the forthcoming budget process, subject obviously to what happens with the bill.
Okay, but it's still kind of quarantined at the moment, that
Correct.
money at this point, within your remit?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll just ask, in terms of rural financial counselling service, is there any data on how many people have accessed that, say, in the last 12 months?
In terms of the services across New South Wales?
Yes,
yeah. Yeah, no doubt there is, Ms Mitchell, so we'll just take that on notice. I don't think we've got anything to hand.
Sorry, I just couldn't understand.
I don't think we've got anything to hand.
Oh, on notice is fine. Yeah, just a bit of a breakdown of sort of who's contacted and the numbers. And I also just wanted to ask about the Farmgate program. Now, obviously, I know that that's funded through health. I think there's 27 full-time equivalent roles funded at the moment. But obviously, with some of the concern around drought, renewables, there's a lot of increasing pressure on farmers, and that's something that's been raised with us directly with stakeholders. What sort of engagement do you have with health in terms of whether that's an adequate amount of people in those positions, if particular areas need resources dialed up or dialed down? How does that work in practice between agencies?
So my team work quite closely with the Department of Health in relation to the services that they provide, and it's obviously the discussions have been pretty regular, in particular over the last 3 months, looking at the services, where they're required, how they're required. So I think it's fair to say we've got a regular engagement between our department and the Department of Health.
Okay, and do you think that at the moment there's enough support for people who are needing it through that particular program?
That's a hard,
I know, it's probably not very
question to
public
answer.
servant, but I'm hearing more and more that people like that service, but they would like to be able to access it more regularly.
Yeah, and it's something we're alive to, and it's obviously a key focus of what we're looking to provide in terms of the drought support and service, and also working pretty closely with RAMP under the Farm Business Resilience Programs. There's a lot of effort that's going into making sure we can provide mental health services, rural financial counselling services, and we can probably get you the numbers for the first 6 months of this financial year on the rural financial counselling services.
That would be great. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Black, I might just go to Mulloway. You're the best person to talk about that.
And maybe Mr McPherson
yeah, sure.
As well.
To my understanding there, after the recent stock assessment, the department commissioned a review of that assessment?
That's correct.
Okay. Who was tasked with doing that review? Was that
Tony
internally,
Smith.
externally?
Externally. Yep, independent peer review by Tony Smith. And do we have a synopsis of Tony Smith's
credentials as to his suitability to do a review?
I don't know if Dave has that.
Mr. Smith is an incredibly experienced stock assessment scientist.
Okay.
Very well regarded.
Okay, thank you. Was there a terms of reference provided to Mr. Smith for this review?
Yeah, there was.
Are you able to provide the committee with a copy of that terms of reference?
Yeah, I'm sure we can.
Sure. Was there any other advice or directions given to Mr. Smith in terms of that review, what the department would like to see or have included in that assessment or not included in that assessment or review?
I'm not aware of any other than to say there would have been a lot of discussion with the working group, the Harvest Strategy Working Group, and various issues would have come to light that they might have sought his advice in the process.
Okay. Are you able to take on notice as to whether any specific directions or...
Yep.
Were you the one that was engaged with Mr. Smith as to that? Who was it? Was it Dr. Saunders that would have been engaged in providing that advice or that direction?
It might have been the previous Deputy Secretary or the Chair of the Harvest Strategy Working Group, but we can take that on notice.
Sure, thank you. Has that review been completed yet?
Tony Smith's independent peer review has been completed and shared with the working group.
Okay. And when was that shared with the working group? At their most recent...
It was definitely discussed at the most recent meeting, which was about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I believe that was the first time it was shared.
Okay. When do you propose the minutes of that meeting will be made public? Because I think the most public minutes are from November or December last year.
Yeah, which would be the meeting before that one. So they're generally, published after the meeting. I'd say this month, but can double check that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I think the key there, Mr. Chair, is that the various members need to have a look at the minutes before they go out, so they all agree.
Yeah, there's a process. I imagine it goes to the minister as well for approval. That all takes time. That's I just trying to get some background info on that. Fishing education officers. It's been raised with me that pretty much every region has a fishing education officer employed or engaged, except in the South Coast. The South Coast has been missing a fishing education officer for some years now. Is there any reason why that position hasn't been filled, or...?
No, I'm not aware of that. Sorry.
Are you able to take on notice as to how long that position's been vacant, or whether you intend to fill that?
Yes.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Mr. Day, I do have one very simple question for you if you'd like to make your way up. But as you do, possibly Ms. Lorimer Ward, in terms of best practice when it comes to pig management, does LLS have a position whether we should bait first and then aerial shoot, or should we aerial shoot first and then bait?
So in terms of our coordinated programs and in regards to pigs, our best practice is that actually we would bait, trap, do the ground control type activities first, and then aerial would be classed as a secondary type activity.
Would there be some regions that do that the other way around, and if so, what would be their reason?
I'm not sure. It could be, if they did do that the other way around, it could be something around accessibility. It could be that the seasonal conditions mean that some of those sites are hard to get to, that baits are not going to be attractive at that period of time, that there's a key asset that needs protection that would warrant aerial going in ahead of that. So there are a lot of things that we weigh up, and seasonal conditions do need to be right for some of those strategies to actually be most effective.
That's not to get more stats up for an aerial shoot?
No, I wouldn't say that that's a strategy we would use.
Mr. Day, Mr. Day, the tick control program, can you give us a guarantee now that there's no shift away from the current objectives of this program for the prevention and eradication, and not a transition to management of cattle tick?
I might just intervene on that question, Mr. Barrett. Obviously, it's currently subject to a review by the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner. That report will need to be provided to the Minister, and the Minister and the Government will need to make a decision about what happens with that program. So I don't think it's an appropriate question for the Department to answer at this point in time.
Are there discussions within the Department about the ramifications or benefits of a shift to a management program?
The program is obviously subject to a review by the Independent Biosecurity Commissioner. As part of her review process, she obviously had meetings with my staff. We provided information to her, and the next stage is for her review report to be provided to the Minister, and for the Minister and the Government to make a decision about how the recommendations in that report are actioned.
And Mr Barrett, I think the good thing in terms of the approach is that it's enabled some fresh eyes to be cast on the program. And I think the other thing which Ms Clift has done is consult very widely key stakeholders, producers up and down the North Coast and others in terms of the program. And I know the Minister's looking forward to receiving a final report.
Do you know when that's due?
The end of March.
End of March.
Okay, thank you. Can someone tell me how many cattle ticks, how many cattle dips does the New South Wales Government own across that region related to tick management, to tick dipping?
I'd have to come back to you on notice with that around how many dip sites we've got. We tend to operate at the sale yards themselves. They're actually the sale yards dip sites.
Yeah.
And then some property owners have their own dip sites that we utilise as well. But I'll come back to you with I'll take that on notice.
And can we see a trend for that over the past few years as well?
A couple of years.
Yep, that'd be great. Ms Lorimer Ward, there was talk earlier about 700,000 pigs killed, estimates killed for baiting. I presume those numbers came from LLS. I just wonder if you would be able to provide, possibly on notice, a breakdown of where those numbers were and how that number was come to.
Yeah, I actually think that the original number that was stated from baiting was 500,000.
Sorry, you are, yeah.
Yeah,
sorry,
and so, I mean, the way that estimate is calculated is very conservatively. So, and we've used a conservative estimate of a kilogram of bait would be required, and that based on the amount of bait that has been put in place and as part of the program, gives that outcome.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr Barrett, we currently own and operate one dip at Kyogle, but I'll come back to you with the time with what we've had in the past as well. So currently we've got one dip site.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now break for 15 minutes and come back at 3:45. Thank you. Get started again. Welcome back after that brief break. We'll now continue with questions from the crossbench. Ms. Hurst.
Sure, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Day, if I could get you up again. I've just got some more, just some finishing off questions in regards to the animal research. And sorry, I asked you before about the number of inspections at research facilities, and you told me 7. If you could let me know what that is as a percentage of the total number of accredited research facilities.
That's correct. I'll come back to you with, I have to take one on notice in terms of the actual percentage itself.
Yeah.
I've also got the answers there for that one around that question if you wanted to hear that now.
Yeah,
around
great,
the breakdown
Thank you.
of the results of the 7 inspections. One was acceptable with 2 recommendations. The second inspection was marginal with 3 non-compliances identified. That was your specific question. And 4 recommendations. Third one was acceptable with no non-compliances and 3 recommendations. The fourth was acceptable, no non-compliances and 5 recommendations. Fifth was acceptable, no non-compliances and no recommendations. Sixth was acceptable with 0 and 0 for non-compliance and recommendations. And the 7th was marginal with 4 non-compliances and 4 recommendations. And inspections, those inspections audits are announced because often they're called for by ARP. And because of the nature of the activities, it pays to have the relevant people there at the time of the actual audit and inspection.
Great, thank you.